Jal Jeevan Mission, and their source sustainability is one of the key important criteria, and how we can help everyone to achieve this water sustainability. This is what we are going to discuss today. And I hope you, your family, your team member are staying safe in this difficult time. I think a good time is going to come soon, and we all will be back on track in our business. So with this good thought, let me start today's presentation. So I have today one of our expert who is like in CNI sector, in urban sector. He has spent around 21 years helping customers achieving their water goals, recycle goal. We have Mr. N. Rajshekharan. We call him Raja. So Raja has 21 years experience in water and wastewater. Welcome, Raja, to this event.
Thanks, Abhinash. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you. And myself, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, Abhinash Patro, I lead the strategic marketing for Suez South Asia. So let us start today's very important webinar on water wastewater management. So we have 5 important topics for all of you. The first one, we will see what is the current water scenario and why managing water is important than ever. So we will see that. Then we will move to this decentralized sewage recycle solution, which is one of the proven technology, and how globally this technology we have adopted. So Raja is going to take us through this decentralized sewage recycle solutions. Then he is going to explain in detail the ZVID membrane bioreactor technology process, the flow diagram, what are the benefits customers are getting, and he's also going to discuss one of the new products which we have launched 2 years back. Then I'm going to discuss 2 important case studies, which I'm definitely sure that you all are going to relate to, how we are helping to customers in solving these water challenges by recycling sewage to the highest quality possible. So these 2 case studies, very important, we are going to discuss. And the last bonus for all of you who are there today with us. So we are going to launch 2 new offering, and those who are connected, you can connect with us. We are going to share a free white paper on recycle to all of you. So that will come in the end. So with this, let me start and let us go through the current water scenario in India. Okay, some of you all know this, but let me refresh. Maybe we'll get some of the important points. Post-independence, ladies and gentlemen, the population in India has increased almost near 4-fold. The economy is increasing, urbanization is happening, including the industrialization. All this are putting pressure on our water source. The first, very important. Second, I think this is an eye-opener for me and must be for all of you. India is ranked 120th among 122 countries in Global Water Quality Index. Ladies and gentlemen, see how dangerous this is. Nearly 70% of our water is contaminated, and just 30% of wastewater undergoes any sort of treatment. Very important. Niti Aayog, one of the advisory body of a government of India, has already mentioned this important parameter. 21 cities in India, including Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad, will run out of groundwater, affecting 100 million people. And the fourth point, I think the most important, you can see per capita water availability has decreased, and there is a clear deficit of drinking water treatment. People are not getting water for drinking purpose. And the other day I was reading somewhere, we can stay maximum, ladies and gentlemen, 21 days without water. After that, we are going to die. And this is the situation currently people are having in many places, and we together, everyone have to solve these challenges so that people get drinking and fresh water. Okay. And as a company, ladies and gentlemen, what we are doing. So our only and single purpose globally is to shape a sustainable environment now. We want to solve these water challenges globally. We are helping our industries, cities, and urbanization sector to solve these challenges. This is what our clear purpose. How we are doing this. This is very important. From last 162 years, we have been doing this. We have been working with cities and industries. These are the 3 important pillars. We are helping cities to reduce the water footprint. What we are telling, this much water is not required for the intake. So we have to reduce the fresh water intake by optimizing the process, by adopting advanced technology, by adopting digital technology. Second is we all together have to adopt integrated water management, be it water treatment, effluent treatment, recycle, zero liquid discharge. So we all have to adopt this so that we don't take fresh water. Once only we take fresh water. Second, we have to keep on reusing this fresh water so that we save fresh water for drinking purpose. And third, most important, everyone, we all have to create alternate source of water. Yes, you heard it right. We have to create alternate source of water. How? By treating and reusing sewage water, which we all generate. Second, by reusing industrial wastewater. And third is by converting seawater into fresh water. So these are the three things which we all have to do. And today we are going to discuss creating alternate source of water for all of you through decentralized sewage treatment plant. So this is very important. And all this has to be supported by digital technology, which is going to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the plant. As a Suez, end of the day, we want every one of you to win, because when our customers win, it's we win. So with our expertise, with our global knowledge, with our localized skills, we want everyone to win over these water challenges. We are a 162-year-old company, ladies and gentlemen, started in 1858 with Suez Canal inauguration, and there has been many health revolution like hygiene and public health revolution, urban comfort revolution, and now the resource revolution. This is all about reduce, reuse, and recycle. So we as a company, a global leader in environment services, helping to solve this resource revolution challenges. Okay, globally, we are a group of 90,000 passionate employees working toward a single cause to solve these water challenges globally. You can see turnover more than 18 billion euro globally. And this is what we are really proud about, the trust of the customer. More than 450,000 customers globally trusted our capability, trusted our people expertise to help all of you. And more than 120 million euro in R&D, we are investing so that we develop advanced technology to help all of you. So with this is the range of technology. Today we are going to discuss on specific on membrane bioreactor technology, but be it water treatment, zero liquid discharge for industries, for municipal corporation, we have a range of technology, but today very specific on MBR we are going to discuss. Very important for success of any plant or any solution is this unique integrated offering. With Suez, ladies and gentlemen, we manufacture our own product. We can provide the complete solution. We manufacture our own chemicals in our factory, and we are leading globally in digital technologies also, with services and support to all our customers. So this unique integrated offering with Suez, you all will get. So this is important. In India, we are a leader in providing water and wastewater. More than 1,500 people working from India from last 40 years. And we have a center of excellence and engineering excellence in India, a technology center to develop some of the innovative technology, and a digital center, everything in India. So India is a hub where we are driving all this water and treatment technology. And in line with Make in India initiative, we have a manufacturing facility right from 2009, ladies and gentlemen, where we are manufacturing world-class reverse osmosis membranes and specialty chemicals, and all these chemicals we are also importing and exporting outside India. This is very important. So be it municipal corporation, we are connected with them, providing large sewage treatment, large water treatment plants. And today, like what we have discussed, the urban sector, like all of you, the plumbing community, the consultant community, the architect community, where we are providing sewage recycle solutions for all this sector. And one success factor which I want to highlight here, why we are so successful in India on this sewage recycle, because we believe in minimum and tighter reuse standard, the plant which can provide this quality of water consistently. So this is why we are more successful, and Raja is going to discuss more on this technology, how we are achieving this. And third, industry, we have more than 750 plants across industries treating the tough to treat wastewater and zero liquid discharge solution. So this is what, on a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, about Suez and how we are helping all of our customers in solving challenges. Now over to my colleague, Mr. Raj Shekharan, to take us through This is the manufacturing facility which I mentioned, the Make in India from last 2019, the plant at Hoskote. If you want to visit this plant, I welcome all of you so that you see how we are manufacturing this technology. So over to Raja to take us through this important and very innovative technology that is membrane bioreactor. Over to Raja.
Yeah, thank you, Avinash. Thank you for your wonderful session about sewage and about recycle. You talked about it. So today I'm going to talk about what is meant by recycle. Why we have to do that? If you do that, okay, and what is the success of the recycle? Okay, so, and if you do that, what is the advantage we are going to get it, and what sewage can offer to to you all? Okay, so this is what today I'm going to talk about. Then so if you talk about recycle means, so recycle, so if you start getting the consistent outlet water quality, okay, and consistent outlet flow, whatever the sewage it's been generated. So, and if you're getting the consistently, you are able to reuse it. That is called, it's a successful of, recycling any of the plant. Okay. So in India today, you can see that most of the sewage, yes, everywhere sewage treatment plants are available. Okay. But most of the plants, it is not adequately treated the entire the flow which is getting generated, and also it is not generating the required water quality to reuse. Okay, today we are going to talk about, okay, how we can help the help India to reuse this entire sewage for the reuse and reuse applications. I mean, let's go to next slide here. So today I'm going to talk about the specific technology called MBR. The MBR means a membrane bioreactor. Okay, this is a most advanced technology for any sewage water treatment is concerned. So you would have seen most of the conventional systems, but this MBR, it's the most advanced technology system and it's most reliable process. And we have started this MBR in way forward, like 1983, started with this 6,000 liters per day. So, and from there, the journey started. There is a company called Zenon from Canada. Actually, we have started this first MBR, these membranes. And then slowly, how this MBR membranes is being adopted over a period of time, you can see that now in 2019 and 20. So right now we can talk about more than 20,000 MLD of water. It's being treated with the MBR technology and with the sewage MBR membranes. So you can see that how it's been evaluated. So why it is being evaluated? Why the technology has been accepted? The main reason is that the reuse application, and it's been consistently giving the excellent water quality, and it's been proven over a period of time. It's one of the best technology for any recycle plant is concerned. Actually, go to the next slide. And not only globally, even in India, this MBR technology is been adopted, across India, and be it North America, or be it Australia or China, everywhere you can see that all the the blue color. The MBR technology, it's been adopted across the world. That means every country wanted to recycle that entire sewage which is available in the earth, and they wanted to reuse it. That means the best technology which is available, one of the best technologies is called the MBR system. That's how it's been adopted across the world right now. What is the next? Yeah. So now we'll talk about India operation is concerned. So India, we started our first MBR installation in 2004 at Kaban Park, Bangalore. Okay, this is around 1.5 MLD of the plant. Okay, and this plant, anybody can visit and you can see this. The entire water, it's been treated and it's been used for most of the construction, the construction of the building, and completely used for the gardening and washing, and across that the reuse application is concerned. So right now we started in 2004 in India. Now we are having more than 800 installation across India, starting from 5 KLD to up to 45 MLD or 50 MLD. The plant which has been successfully running for last 16 to 17 years of time. And moreover, the installed capacity also more than 225 MLD it's been installed in India. That means it's been across the India or across the the various segment, it's been adopted this MBR technologies. And in the MBR technologies content, Suez is a pioneer in making this MBR membranes, as Abhinas mentioned that. Okay, we have a market share of more than 70%. If somebody think about recycle, the best technology is the MBR. And if it is MBR, then people, it comes to the mind, it's the Suez technology. And moreover, thanks for all your support and the trust and the faith on the company, and we will continue to support. And this is one of the most very beautiful product, and it's been technically proven. And every day, the product, it's been keep on. We are also improving from the Suez side is concerned. And everywhere this membrane, once it's installed, more than 10 years it's been running. And in the sewage recycle, any system, if it is run for more than 3 to 4 years, that it's a great successful. Now, we talk about more than 10 years. So if you talk about Cubbon Park, it has run for more than 12 to 13 years of, the membrane life. It's been standard actually. So this is how our success. It's not only one plant, across wherever we installed actually. To the next one. Yeah. Now we'll talk about a little bit on the technicality, how this MBR process it works, and how it has been useful for across the reuse application is concerned. Okay, so MBR means nothing but it's a membrane bioreactor. Okay, and this is a combination of your conventional systems and membrane filtration process. Okay, so in this, what is the advantage? When you are combining both the conventional process of biological process and then membrane system. So when you do this, you can increase the MLSS concentration up to 8,000 to 12,000 milligrams per liter. Whereas normal conventional way of system, you cannot increase more than 4,000 to 5,000. Otherwise, the settling will, you will have a lot of issues in the settling process. But whereas, once you do this, the outlet of the water quality, it will be like a membrane act as a barrier. You will get a consistently outlet water quality, which can be completely reused for all your non-potable application. Except drinking and bathing, this water completely can be used. And this has been a very simple process. Once you take out the clear water, then rest of the water, we can process it back to, your bioreactor tank. So this is a very simple process, and it can produce, it's not only the STPs segment, even the effluent treatment plant also, most of the places we have utilized the same technology. And a small way of explaining what is conventional process, what is the MBR process. If you just talk about conventional process, you will have a screen, aeration process, and the secondary clarifier, then the clarifier water tank, then it goes to sand filter, carbon filter, ultrafiltration to get the reused water quality. But when it comes for the MBR, we don't require clarifier, we don't require your secondary clarifier water tank, sand filter, carbon filter, nothing. You can remove your ultrafiltration also. So this will be like you will be used to only the aeration process and then your membrane tank. Either the membrane tank can be fitted into the same aeration tank, or we can keep it in a separate membrane tank. So you can just see this process itself, how many process we have eliminated, which is not only adding the cost, and also it is contributing a lot of space, right? And also during the operation we have to maintain all the equipments, right? But whereas when it comes to the MBR, it's a very simple, reliable process, and more than that, you will get a consistently high water quality. What we have seen in the most of the places, more than we have talked about 800 plants right now, entire 800 plants, the BOD less than 5 minutes, 99.99% of the time you get 99.9, sorry, less than 5 ppm BOD. Whereas in the conventional process, it's all depends on the operator, how the operator is operating the plant. If the good operator, excellent technically skilled operator, if they do, then they will get the parameter. Otherwise, sometimes it will go into that the parameter goes more than the limit. Whereas the MBR process is concerned, at any point of time, that's what I talked about. It acts as a barrier. It's like a jail. We talk about it's like a jail actually. The TSS or turbidity or the bad water quality, it will not come out of your membranes. It controls everything. Okay, so this has been proven, and you can talk about we can see that how this process it's been done. The pre-treatment, we required a bar screen and oil skimmer, then equalization tank, which is fine screen. So fine screen is the one thing normally we recommend, because of especially the human hair or blade or something like a sharp edge material, it can come and cut the membrane. So ideally this fine screen, it's required 2 mm punch hole fine screen. We talk about that, and then after that, it comes to that biological process. Biological process, it's a combination of your anoxic and aerobic process. Anoxic removes your complete nitrogen from your sewage water, and aerobic process, it removes your complete all the BOD, COD, all the organic particle from the system. Then it goes to membrane filtration. In the membranes, it just sucks only the clear water. an excess dirty water, it will be it will be in the same biological process only, so that the only you get only the clear water. And one of the biggest advantage of this process is that you will get a recovery of more than 99% of the water. For example, if you feed 100 KLD of water, you will get 99 KLD of the treated water quality. Only 1% it goes for the waste. It will probably it goes for the sludge handling system or something. But otherwise, these systems has a recovery of more than 99%. That is a fantastic when compared to convention of 90% or 85% and above. What is the next one? Yeah. So now it's now it's especially in the urbanization where you talked about, right? Okay, in the urbanization, the space becomes a very critical. Be it your residential complex, be it your hospital, or like a hotel industry, or even the IT industries. The space day by day, the cost of the land, it goes up like anything. But at the same time, as a water treatment company, a technology product, we have to save the space for the customers, right? So what we do, we normal, when compared to the conventional system, it requires only 1/4 of the space. You can also say that in the red color and in the borderline, and also in the dark color borderline. Dark color borderline, it's a black color borderline requires a conventional system, but red color requires only the space required for our MBR process for the same capacities. I'm talking about the same capacity. It's not only it's been proven, and also the existing plant also we can retrofit to the higher capacity. I'm going to talk about that as well. So that means yes, here you can talk about for any existing convention systems also we can easily retrofit to up to 3x capacity. For example, in India, so 300 KLD STP plant we have converted to up to 1 MLD plant. That means 1000 KLD plant. That means 3 times the capacity has been increased. Even some cases be increased up to four times also. So this is a fantastic that the addition of for the recycle application is concerned. So MBR, it's not only saving the space, you also that gives you the excellent outlet water quality, and also it's like a and moreover one more point I didn't talk about, that the odor actually. Now, normally you go to any MBR plant, you will not get that odor problem, because in the STPs normally the common problem people face is people will not go to STP side, right? Sewage water treatment side, because of it smells, or people doesn't wanted to go that side. But the MBR side, you can easily go there, because of this will not create any smell actually. That is the biggest advantage. And when you are increase the capacity, you need to increase your civil cost. So that means overall capex can be reduced, and also high water quality it will be compound production, so that in the entire water will be reused for complete applications. So this is that's what I talk about. This is one of the best technology for any sewage treatment is applications concerned, which is available in the world right now. And in the MBR, sewage leads overall more than 70% of the market. So now we can talk about what is the outer water quality we can get. So now normally we go with either PCB norms or NGT norms, right? So NGT norm says BOD less than 10 ppm, but whereas our MBR, it can produce less than 5 ppm. Okay, that means what? Now this is a much better than the government norms it's been given. Not only is BOD, COD 50 versus 30 will be provided, and TSS less than 2 most of 99.9% of the time our MBR produces. And total nitrogen, phosphorus, anything you take it up, take any parameter, and MBR produce very high water, quality of water. And this water can be absolutely used for your car wash, cooling tower makeup, and your fire hydrant, and even the gardening or toilet flushing. Most of the everywhere you just go and talk about wherever the MBR is installed, the complete water, 100% of water, it's been utilized across across India. Okay. Okay. Now why Suez MBN? I talk about more than 70% of the market share, right? Okay. So Suez makes patented reinforced fiber. This is our own patented. It's not only fiber and also the potting technology. This is very important in terms of giving the performance, in terms of giving your life of the membrane, and also the water quality. And we also used one of the best water chemistry called PVD, polyvinyl fluoride chemistry. This is the best polymer available in the world to make that MBR fibers. And also we use the best path of out-to-in technology so that the membrane will not get fouled, and it can operate in a wide range of pH. It can start from 1 pH to up to 10 pH. We can operate these membranes. And this nominal force is 0.04 micron. That means what is 0.04 micron? It removes your all bacteria, virus, turbidity, and protozoa completely. So that means it's a free from virus water. This water can be absolutely without any further treatment, can be used for all non-potable applications like or except bathing and drinking. You can use for any application from recycled water. What's the next one? So this fiber, one of the strongest fiber which we make, actually this fiber we make it in Hungary, in Europe, and because of this is the world, and our factory is the world biggest factory manufacturing of hollow fiber membranes. And the strength which we talk about, this is one of the best in the industry. It can handle more than 600 newtons versus normal conventional other non-reinforced PVDF of 10 actually. And now, we'll talk about the new introduction of, maybe I would say that around 2 to 3 years ago, we introduced a new model called 500S. In other words, we call it as 500 Z-block membranes. Okay, earlier, 3 years ago, if you come and ask Suez, can I go for a 10 KLD plan? At that time, we didn't have a solution. But now we have a solution for any STPs, even from starting from 5 KLD onwards. And this is one of the most simplest form of the membranes. You can keep it in the same aeration tank and start sucking the water. And overall, the capex cost also comes down, and also height also it is reduced from 8 meter to 5 meters. So, and this membrane, especially this will be used for starting from 5 KLD to any, because of most of our residential complex or hotels, so it comes under less than 300 KLD flow. This membrane absolutely fit in, especially in the below basement. So earlier we talk about height requirement for any MBR membranes 8 meter, and with the introduction of our new model 500S Z-block membrane, we required only 5 meter. So now any building, as for any STPs, requires minimum of 5 meter. So within the minimum of 5 meter, now we can easily retrofit with our MBR systems also. Okay, go to the next one, Avinash. So this is that means, so earlier if you talk about 8 meter versus 5 meter, we have reduced almost like a 38% of the the height requirement. Earlier we used to request customer to go give 2 floor height and all that, but right now, so we require only 1 floor height, or normally any STPs generally, even for a convention system or MBBR or SBR system, they require 5 meter height. Within the 5 meter height, easily our 500S it can be installed, and it can be easily take out the clear water from the same aeration tank. So it removes most of the complexities like lifting arrangement, hanging arrangement, chain pulley, crane, and all that doesn't require. And moreover, one of the biggest advantage of this membrane, so membrane weight is very less, 45 kg only. This membrane weight, anybody can do, any 2 people can easily lift from the aeration tank, and you can clean it, and you can they can put it back. In terms of the operation also, this gives us a lot of advantage in terms of handling these membranes. What's the next one? Yeah. So this is some of the advantages which I talked about it. This is from flow starting from 5 KLD to 300 KLD. This is a very good options available with Suez. It's a simplified operations. It is easily accessible to anyone. And one more, the important point is that earlier people talk about MBR means okay, this is very complex systems. Only skilled manpower only required to operate. But now it is not. Absolutely not. I would say that within the same aeration tank, we can keep this membrane and start sucking without any operation. Just start button, stop button with operation only. We can easily start operating these MBRs, especially with the 500S membranes. So that means overall the complexity has been reduced, and now anyone can operate. The person who can operate the convention system, he can easily operate MBR systems as well. And this is actually, just see that 150 KLD plant, how we have designed actually, because 8 by 3 meter the width. So entire 150 KLD of plant, it's been, we can easily design with our 500 yes models. So both, fine screen, aeration, anoxic tank, aeration tank, and then the membranes, it can be installed. So all that comes with 8 by 3 meters. So how compact it is, right? Okay, so this is the advantage, we bring it to the city. For example, somebody stays, or maybe 200 number of apartment house, they require 150 KLD of plant. So this will comes in 8 by 3 meter only. Okay, apart from your collection tank and treated water tank. So that means you can imagine how much space can be saved. Whereas, normal conventional maybe require 3 to 4 times of the space requirement. So so this is the biggest advantage. So these are the membranes we have installed in some of the plants. It's actual live, the membrane models. So how it is only 1.8 meter height. So you can just, directly keep it in the aeration tank. You can start sucking it. To the next one. Yeah. So these are some more photographs. So how this membrane is a simplified version. So one, this is the permeate pipeline, and another one is like airline. So membranes continuously suck the water, and sometimes you need to clean the membrane so that airline option is being given. Only 2 lines. Even if you wanted to remove one membrane, you wanted to clean, so you have a tapping arrangement is being given. So one, you can close it up, left hand side, you can see that one membrane, just you can close the tab and you can remove it and you can clean it and again put it back. So during the cleaning of the membrane, your operation also will not be stopped. For example, if you're having a 10 membranes in that left hand side, so one membrane you wanted to remove, you can remove just one membrane and you can clean it and you can put it back into the system. What's the next one? This is one of the plant of 1.1 MLD we installed in Hyderabad. So this is how compact it is. Skid mounted systems also we do that, do it for our customers. So the right hand side, so like a one cassette, it's we call it ZVT 500D. It can produce up to 1.1 to 1.5 MLD of the flow with only one cassette. Just imagine 2 by 3 meter, the tank size, which can suck almost like 1.5 MLD of water. How compact it is, right? Okay, so this is the solution. Suez bring it to the table. And the most important point is that today everyone talk about pandemic conditions and virus everywhere, right? Coronavirus and all that. Okay, so now we have this membrane. It has 0.04 micron size. Okay, it can remove complete 99.9% of the virus. That means including your coronavirus, all the virus can be removed by these membranes. That means, so we call it as that this virus starts from 0.1 micron onwards, but whereas our membrane pore size is 0.04. That means it removes 99.9% of complete bacteria and virus, protozoa, everything from the sewage water. That means this water, the treated water, can be absolutely reused for complete your toilet flushing. When you go and flush your the toilet, so if you are using the STP treated water, then you no need to worry if you are having this MBR in place. Yeah, otherwise in the conventional system, normally you will be worried whether bacteria will come in this flushing water or not. But with our product line, completely it eliminates 100% of the bacteria from your treated water. So that's all from my side. You can reach out to us for any questions, any clarification. Okay, so you are very well, will help you in terms of design and in terms of design the STP plant and saving your face, or in terms of giving the water quality, and all that. Okay. Thank you very much, Avinash.
Thank you, Raja, for this very interesting presentation on a very specific technology, that is MBR technology, and how this technology is helping various customers in urban sector in solving these water challenges, in recycling the waste water, sewage water, and reusing this water consistently. I think the idea is consistently we can get minimum water standard. Now we will see 2 important case study on where some of the 2 customers in urban sector where you all are working have utilized this technology and what kind of results they are getting. So let us see 2 case study. The case study 1 for you, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the educational institute. I can name this college. This is IIT Hyderabad. This is one of the premier technology IIT we'll all know, and this location is Hyderabad. And so one very important thing. So IIT Hyderabad wanted one of the technology which will treat the sewage water getting from their hostels, their offices, their campuses, and they want to completely recycle a single drop of sewage also in their premises. They wanted to achieve very, very important zero liquid discharge campus, not a single liquid to be discharged outside the campus. And they have approached Suez, and we have partnered with IIT Hyderabad and given a 650 KLD sewage recycle plant, treating the sewage getting from their across their hostel, their offices, and reusing this treated sewage in gardening, in toilet flushing, even in chillers. They are using this treated sewage water. You can see in the parameter, the inlet parameter, the COD between 350 to 400, a typical sewage COD, the BOD between 200 to 250, and TSS 250 to 300. And you can see the outlet parameter which we are achieving is less than 30 COD, less than 5 BOD. Sometimes this BOD goes up to less than 2 also, most of the time, getting crystal clear water at the outlet, and the TSS is less than 2. So I met the director of IIT Hyderabad last time, and this is one aerial photo we have taken. You can see how compact is the plant. This plant can be future expanded to more 650 KLD also, and see how compact is this plant. The collection tank, the screening, the oil and grease trap, equalization tank, anoxic tank, bioreactor, and the MBR tank. So very much compact, and it has really saved the space, the footprint of IIT Hyderabad also. You can see the MBR, see the quality of the plant, how it is being designed. And IIT being a premier institute, they were very much precise on the quality of technology, on the quality of each and every component of the plant. And this is how the MBR technology has been adopted by IIT Hyderabad. So this is very important, ladies and gentlemen, again, very close to my heart. When I discussed with the director of IIT Hyderabad why they have adopted MBR technology, just I'm going to read what he has told. This is his words. One of the strong reasons why we wanted this kind of technology is many times we observe that gardeners, while watering the plant, consume the water for drinking, as they may be for washing the face, because the gardeners, they don't know whether this water is coming from a sewage recycle plant or a fresh water source. Sometimes they consume the water. We wanted to take extreme care that they should not suffer. And that is the key reason, ladies and gentlemen, why IIT Hyderabad has gone to this treatment technology, that is MBR, because they are sure with this technology, they are going to get consistent, high quality water, which can be reused consistently. So this is very strong point, and this tells us how this technology is safe and how it is giving the high quality water. So this is the first case study on IIT Hyderabad, educational institutes, how they are recycling sewage and reusing in there. So this is a zero liquid discharge campus, IIT Hyderabad. Second, we will go again, one of the key projects which Suez is doing. This is for a group called Lodha, one of the number one real estate, one of the premier real estate developer in India. And Lodha has developed a city, a township near Mumbai, that is Pallava city. And there are various sewage treatment plants. We have supplied around 20 MLD, around 9 plants. Lodha wanted, again, this is very important. Again, the driver of Lodha, they never wanted to use fresh water for gardening or toilet flushing or cleaning application. They wanted to reduce the fresh water intake. Again, I'm repeating, they wanted to reduce the fresh water intake so that we can use that water in drinking. And we have supplied, again, same, the membrane bioreactor technology in Lodha Group. And when I met the CEO of Mr. Lodha, Mr. Sheshar Dharia, he told, Abhinash, because of this plant, we have reduced 50% of our fresh water intake. And currently, they are reusing every drop of recycled water from MBR technology. Also, as a CSR activity, they are giving this treated water to nearby chemical and pharma industry. So this is really a great work by Lodha Group, how they are reusing this wastewater. And again, as a CSR activity, they are using again because of consistent high quality technology. So this is again one more case study for Lodha Group. Similarly, ladies and gentlemen, we have supplied various plants across urban sector, be it IT sector, be it urban sector, residential sector, commercial sector, be it malls. So we have the references and all our plants are working fine. So we are now coming to the end of this slide, end of the presentation, and we are going to, as I told you, there is a bonus which is waiting for all of you in the end. So these are the two new offering launched by Suez recently. The first one is, yes, we all have worked together and we have come out with a white paper. So this is how Suez as a company with international experience, with local capability, how we can help India to address the water challenges. So these are some of the key policy recommendation to promote water use and recycle we have developed. This white paper is available for all of you. You can just drop in a mail at reachers.india.wts@suez.com. So I'll be happy to share a free copy of this white paper to all of you so that you go through some of the key policies and some of the key policies which we have recommended for urban sector also, how urban sector can increase the use of sewage water, wastewater. This is what we have mentioned in this white paper. So reachers.india.wts@suez.com, ladies and gentlemen, is the email ID. Please drop an email so that by today itself, I'll send you a free copy of this white paper. Second, I think one of the very important, this is a new offering which we have developed, launched recently. We call it as InSentinel. Again, this is a result of some of our customers, some of our industrial customer, urban sector customer. They know that we are expert in sewage, in wastewater, and they have got information like COVID-19 is present in wastewater, and we can test sewage water and we can tell them whether COVID-19 virus, whether this pandemic is present in their society, in their office complex, or in their premises or not. So we have developed this new offering, ladies and gentlemen, called InSentinel. This is a reliable and early indicator of potential COVID-19 presence in a community or in your company using one of the advanced technology, that is RT-PCR technology. So the three benefits: you can early identify whether your society is COVID affected or not, early identification. Second, this is fast and reliable, and this is high sensitive. Even one infected person out of a community, over 1,000% can be detectable. So again, this is a new offering, very much cost effective. So if you want to know whether if your society is COVID free or your office is COVID free or not, connect with us. We can do the testing and we can give you the results and how safe you are. So this is again the COVID-19 testing, the InSentinel. Again, reachers.india.wts@suez.com. Please connect with us if you want us to initiate testing in your facility. So this is now, we are coming to the end of the presentation. What we have discussed today, ladies and gentlemen, is very important, very crucial about wastewater reuse. And we need all your support in driving this wastewater reuse in India, in the urban sector. And I'm sure you all are doing, but let's move one level up and driving this wastewater reuse and solve this water challenges. So this is a short presentation from Suez to all of you. And as Plumb skill set, I think one of the key event currently we are doing, and this is what I was thinking today morning. When we say plumbing, when we say a society we are building in all the work, I think sewage recycle is also an integral part of this Plumb skill event. This is not something separate. Water and wastewater is not a separate topic to discuss. This is your integral part, and we want to partner with you so that we can develop the skill sets. We can give you training, how we can do dual pumping, how we can decrease the footprint of wastewater, how we can use every drop of wastewater and we can reuse it. So please consider wastewater recycle, sewage recycle is a part of your job, and partner with us and give us an opportunity to work with you to solve these important challenges. So this is what, in a nutshell, our presentation. Thank you all for giving this opportunity. Now, if you have any questions, then you can mail it to us and you can ask also now so that we can answer, and later also we can connect with you. We all want to work with you. Give us opportunity. So Raja, any last thoughts here?
Yeah. And thank you very much, everyone, and especially Mr. Rajneesh and Vinay Gupta and everyone. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. It was, it was a great session. I would say that. Thank you very much once again.
Rajneesh,
Yes, Vinay.
I must say, very, very enlightening and excellent session. Thank you, Mr. Raja, and thank you, Mr. Patra. What technologies that you are doing, and it's an eye opener for all of us. And I just wanted to correct Mr. Patra. This is not the last day we extend for a popular demand for 30 days.
Okay, okay.
And, another thing, we would love to. I'm sure all our members would love to have a plant visit. Let's have a virtual plant visit. Maybe during one of
Absolutely
these
right.
sessions,
Sure.
we'll do a virtual plant visit. And
Raja,
that
I
would
think
be
we have a small one here in Gujarat Southern, no? It can be organized.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes.
yes, we'll have a, Rajiv, we can have a virtual plant visit,
Sure.
and we can, and then I'm pleased to tell you that in the IPSC, in the Plumb Skill Council, we have already taken the mandate for having ETP and STP as a subsector, and is approved by NSDC and MOCD for IPSC. We were waiting for somebody to get, and we are thankful to Rajneesh for getting you people. We will be taking you in the advisory committee to spearhead this section. Let's make the QPs and qualification packs and other uh, requirements in the IPSC. We would also be connecting to the government, and I'm sure there'll be industry support and other people who would be able to train manpower. There's a huge manpower requirement in this. And as Mr. Raja was saying, it all depends on the operator. And yes, any equipment, if you have a trained operator, you get very good results.
Right.
Another thing, which I was, we are all talking about, excellent products for large buildings and large projects. No, we were wondering, can this, because we are also from the manufacturing sector, and we have ETP plants. I was just sort of reorganizing my plant in the ETP section. Then, I came across your MBR technology. I've been talking to Rajneesh about it also. And I'd seen in one of the exhibition, but was not so, I was not aware of what all it can do till I, looked at it very seriously around a month back. But somehow, what happens is, all our electroplating plants that we have, Mr. Kabra would agree with me here. See, what we've done is to reduce the outflow of water. The tanks that we've increased the number of tanks when we are trying to, after the plating process, so that we can reuse the water itself within the plant. But the final water, yes, some water does go out, and that's not very, very high. So we were talking about we are now, no, the capacity is very, very large. So then we have another headache of collecting the water and then treating it. Can we somehow get on to smaller plants? And we're not talking about even, I'm talking about maybe out of context, but not more than 2,000 liters a day or something, where we run the plant for a small value. But I can tell you, if that is done, there's a huge requirement in the electroplating industry. Because the major issue that we all are facing is that, when any of the official comes to a place, when you say that not even a drop is being drained in the outside and recycling it, there is no question, nobody can object to it. And here, because we're not drinking the water, it is mainly meant for the electroplating processes, where you remove the unwanted chemicals and other things. So it's a perfect reuse of water here. And there's a huge industry waiting for this. There will be bigger industries, smaller industries. Electroplating is everywhere, whether it's automobiles, it's bathroom products, anything. So that is one area that I thought we can take your expert advice on.
Sure.
And one more thing, I don't know whether what plants it was. I'm talking about in Australia, about maybe 10 years back, of a long time, they had small plants even for residences.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they were MBR based plants or what. There's a huge market here, because what happens is that now people, farmhouses, big houses,
Right.
if something can be developed
Yes.
for smaller, smaller size, cost effective, and the market is going to explode. Everyone is sensitive to water usage, and people are going to be too happy to install small plants, and that is one thing. Third, another thing that I would like to tell you, that as far IPC is concerned, we also have, we are not only talking about, when we used to say it's not only plumbers, we're talking about the whole ecosystem, like people, pumping people, pump plants, your plant, STP, ETP, even manufacturing plants, Then we also have another vertical where we are training marketing people, sales people. And I find that in your area, we have the people there whom we are training are exactly your target audience is the same. The people who are selling plumbing products also visit the large builders. They also visit every plumbing consultant, and let your course be also a part of that course. We have been given a grant by the NULM, and we are training at the moment 950 women salespeople across the country, from Srinagar to Kanyakumari. And you have to give us one trainer, and we already have the ecosystem in place. Your guys can train the trainers there, give them a sales course, give them how to sell this product, give them basic knowledge, and probably around 50 hours of this could be good enough for them. And then what we want to do is give them a general training, let them know about a little bit of everything. Then we want them to go to an advanced course, like people who are selling ETP plants or your MBA plants. Then they can give another 200 hours of course and can be employed in the industry. We want our basic aim as to give back to the society is to get people jobs, employability.
Sure, sure.
So that is what we would need: your cooperation, your help,
Yeah.
and let's take it to a new height.
Yeah,
And
sure.
we are too happy. I must thank Rajneesh again for getting into the IPSC, and we were basically struggling, to be frank, for the last 1.5 2 years, that whom should we get onto the STP and ETP. We had a lot of people coming in, but everyone was more keen to sell their products. I said, no, let's do something common for every industry. If you sell, others will sell. Doesn't matter. If the best product will anyway sell.
Yes.
The best technology will sell.
Absolutely, absolutely right.
And creating, when we had Maruti coming in, and Mr. Dilip Chana was the automobile, he says, no, I brought all countries to India. Look, the best car is selling, though even Maruti has a 60% share, but a lot of all cars are here in India. And nobody imports a car. So sorry, Rajesh, this is, now you can take it over. I was just giving them a brief, and you can take it over from here. Thanks everyone. Thanks for a lovely session. It was very
I want to say something.
Yeah,
Yes,
Mr. Kabra.
Kabra Sahab, please go ahead. Kabra Sahab, you are on mute.
You are on mute, Kabra Sahab.
It was a wonderful session, and I think quite informative about this kind of technology. And there's a lot of scope. And for our plants, actually, we are looking for a reliable source for effluent treatment systems and the STP systems. Only thing is that how do we calculate the payback period? Because Mr. Rajneesh, as you know, India, the water is still very cheap. So when we put up a proposal to the board of directors. They ask for the payback period. What is the economics? The environment, of course, is very, very important. Everybody understands, but how do we convert this into monetary terms that, okay, the payback period may not be 3 years, but maybe 5 years, 7 years down the road. Even then it's okay. So do we have some kind of metrics to calculate this?
Raja.
Yeah. Kabra sir, actually, to answer your questions, yes, actually, we have that matrix to calculate, especially in the STP or the sewage water treatment plan. When you design, it's not only the plant cost. Okay, we also calculate what is the land cost. See, for example, if the conventional system requires 1,000 square feet, whereas this advanced technology requires only say 200 square feet. Okay, you will be saving 800 square feet of land. Okay, so then first is the space saving, and second thing is that the outer water quality. Normally, how we calculate that outer water quality completely it will be reused. When it goes for a conventional system, it may not be in the form of the reusable application. So which will reduces your intake of your fresh water actually. So the fresh water consumption absolutely reduces, right? So one is the space saving, your water consumption, and second thing is that what is that during the operation you are going to spend. Now I talked about earlier, this membrane life is around 10 years, minimum 10 years I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah, we're talking about 10 years versus maybe the 2 years or 3 years of the equipment. What would be that? So overall, there is a calculation. Yes, absolutely. For case to case basis, we can work it and we can give you. But many cases where we worked with some of the IT industries, it came less than 2 years also on the ROI standpoint. Actually.
Okay.
Also, I would like to thank.
Raja, the energy cost as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
energy cost. Yes, absolutely right, sir. Yeah.
So also, I'd like to thank Vinay sir. I think very excellent thoughts, sir. How we can train the new community, and how we can improve their skill set, the new engagements which are there in the plumbing community. I think very important thought. And you told about this the small scale sewage treatment plant or effluent treatment plant. So this is the slide set. So 5,000 KLD. If your sewage treatment outlet capacity is 5,000. 5 KLD. That is 5,000 liters per day. That also we can treat now. Earlier, this was not there. MBR used to start more than 300, more than 500 KLD. But we, because of many of the consultants, architects have worked with us and they wanted this kind of product. So now MBR starts with 5 KLD and we can suffice that market, sir. Very important point. Thank you.
Avinash, 5 KLD, if we break it down to how many people in that who are using generating the sewage, what will that number will work out?
Yeah, Rajni sir, I would like to answer this. Normally for any one apartment, okay, or 2 BHK or 3 BHK apartment, the average per day the water consumption is 750 liters. 5 people in a house, so approximately 750 liters per apartment. So 5 KL is nothing but approximately say 7 to 8 apartment or houses. Okay, contributes to 5. Say for example, small community of say 10 houses in a small community. Probably the sewage will be produced around 5 KL to 7 KL, which this membrane can be absolutely utilized actually.
So recently we have upgraded in Bangalore itself this kind of society, a small society with 10 flats, 15 flats. We have upgraded it because in Bangalore, I know you must be knowing there is strict NGT norms, like people have to produce good quality water, they have to reuse wastewater, and there is a fine because if you are not adhering. So we are now converting those conventional sewage treatment plants to membrane bioreactor, and the capacity of 5 KLD, 10 KLD, 20 KLD, this kind of plants we are now selling. Sir.
Rajneesh.
Yes, Vinay.
Just thought, I don't know, I may be totally off. If we can, when you're talking about 5,000 liters a day capacity, a lot of, if we actually do the right way of water harvesting and then even use this plant, the confidence level of people would go many folds.
Correct.
Though you don't require, I'm sure, MBR for that, but still, to build the confidence level of people, yes, this is perfect. You don't need any water then. Whatever you have collected is good enough for the whole year.
Correct. And you keep on recycling that.
I'm sure in Rajasthan, this was being done earlier days. People used to have in Rajasthan the water collection, big tanks.
Yes.
And for ages, it remained like that. They never had water. Only whatever they collected in the rainy season, they could run the whole year on that.
Because it will recharge the aquifer also, no?
Correct, correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways.
Kapra sir, you are on mute. Kapra sir, you are on mute.
Kapra sir, you are on mute.
Oh, sorry. All forts had that kind of a water collection system in Rajasthan because forts were always built on heights, and there was no way of pumping water from the ground level to that, and the hills did not have any water source. So every fort in Rajasthan has a huge water collection system satisfying need of water for people living inside, including the servants and everyone. So huge water collection system. And I don't know, they were maintaining the water quality. That was the most important thing. So it was largely covered tanks, and they had some kind of treatment systems which were being managed.
Perfect. I think very nice discussion, gentlemen. I think we again from entire Suez time, I wish you all for this success of this event. I think as Vinay sir mentioned, this is not a 4 days event now. This is a month event. You can see that the demand of this event, the demand of this kind of skill sets, the Plumb skill sets, and the water recycle. And congratulations and all the best for the success of this event.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vinay. Thank you, Raja. And as our co-chairman, Mr. Vinay Gupta, though his picture is coming in a box on my computer, but we all know in IPSC, he always thinks out of the box. And
okay.
Just now, what he has said actually, I am just correlating, the way, impromptu, he has offered you guys, the Suez team to join for this technical and marketing skill set, support. I was just through your presentation, you showed the journey from, trade to resource revolution.
Correct.
For Suez. Now, what Vinay has just now suggested, a journey which, he, along with our chairman Saab, then stalwarts like Mr. Kabra 10 years back. I'm very new. I'm very naive, I would say. But I would say 10 years, and now he is showing us the path actually from a journey from skilling to creating entrepreneurs. So that is where we will need you guys. Thank you so much.
Definitely. Thank you everyone, and stay safe, stay healthy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
PSC and FICCI Plumbing Skills Expo. Today, I'm going to cover a brief about Grundfos, and then we will go deeper into two systems. And जिसमें हम hydro booster system देखेंगे, उसका construction, installation, startup procedure and maintenance. And then we will look at submersible pumps, the construction, installation, startup procedure, maintenance, and then we will touch upon how we can service any application in the smartest possible way. So a brief about Grundfos. Grundfos was founded in 1945 by Mr. Paul Du Jensen. And today we are actually one of the largest pump manufacturer, producing around 17 million pumps unit. In 2019, we touched a turnover in Indian rupees, if I say around 33,000 crores. And we are present in 56 countries with more than 19,000 employees. A brief about Grundfos India. In India, we have our two production units. Our first production unit and headquarters in Chennai, and we have another production area in Gujarat, Dantali, Ahmedabad, and we have more than 400 employees. From India, we are operating also Bangladesh, Bhutan, Maldives, and Nepal. and there is a complete assembling and a manufacturing facility we have in Chennai and Ahmedabad. So just a brief about Grundfos. We manufacture all the range of pumps, right from domestic building services, industrial, commercial building, and water utilities. So आपका requirement किसी भी field में है, Grundfos has a pump for that. And just to add to the network for Grundfos, we have more than 200 plus channel partners which are there to support our installations in all phases of the life cycle of a pump. तो हम लोग स्टार्ट करते हैं हाइड्रो बूस्टर सिस्टम से एंड मेरा पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन का जो एम है वो ये है कि हम किस तरह से जो हमें फीडबैक्स मिलते हैं मार्केट से, हमारा जो एक्सपीरियंस है उसको हम किस तरह से हमने अपने पंपिंग सिस्टम्स के अंदर डालते हैं और हम ये इंश्योर करते हैं कि जब आप उसका इंस्टॉलेशन करें और जब उसकी परफॉर्मेंस हो उसके अंदर हम ये इंश्योर कर सकें कि आपको minimum problem face ho, plus you should get maximum efficiency out of the entire plumbing installation. And today I'll be covering first the booster system and then I will go to submersible pumps. उसका एक specific reason है, अगर आप booster system को देखते हैं तो एक booster system के अंदर it is not just the pumps but there is a complete यूनिट जिसकी वजह से हम इसको एक सिस्टम कहते हैं एंड एक प्लम्बिंग इंडस्ट्री में इट ब्रॉट अ रिवॉल्यूशन बिकॉज यहाँ पे हम बात करते हैं कंप्लीट सिस्टम रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की. मैं यहाँ पे केवल पंप की बात नहीं करता हूँ, मैं यहाँ पे बात करता हूँ फॉर ऑल द इक्विपमेंट्स विच आर इंस्टॉल्ड हियर. सो right from the control cabinet which has a controller. Pumps, of course, are an important part. Suction and discharge manifolds, base frames, NRVs, and all the other accessories which are required. The reason for that is that I take a complete system responsibility. And इन सारे इक्विपमेंट्स के जो डिफरेंट डिफरेंट पार्ट्स हैं उनकी ओवरऑल परफॉर्मेंस को मैं इंश्योर करता हूं कि it gives an optimum performance of the complete system, and I'm not just looking only at the pumps. And what we say is that when you go for a system, as a plumber, as a fraternity in plumbing, it is very important that the design of the entire system is done with the plumbing application in mind. Now, if you see, मैं इसको एक इंडस्ट्रियल एप्लीकेशन के लिए भी यूज कर सकता हूँ, मैं इसको डिफरेंट एप्लीकेशन के लिए यूज कर सकता हूँ, बट हमारा फोकस आज ये है कि हम किस तरह से जब किसी सिस्टम को डिजाइन करते हैं तो हम ये इस तरह से डिजाइन करें ताकि वो एप्लीकेशन को बेस्ट पॉसिबल फॉर्म में कैटर करे. And I will just briefly go into the construction and then we will go deeper into the how dialogues, how events like this have given us information और वो हमने जब अपने systems में incorporate किया और उससे हमने अपने systems को काफी user friendly and higher efficient banaya. So to start with control panel, we all are aware of what are the different components, but when you have a complete skid system coming from the pump manufacturer, then you can look at the workmanship of the control panel, which is world class. So that is something which you get when you have a skid mounted system. The second thing, what is important is this is the controller where you get all the data which are specifically designed to make it user friendly. And if you look at it as a plumber, as a person who is doing a maintenance of the system or doing the commissioning of the system, it makes it very user friendly. It is just like a computer screen where you have different tabs and each of the tabs such as status, operation, alarm, settings, आपको एक शीट के पीछे दूसरी शीट पे जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती है. It becomes very user friendly. So this also has been given to us as a feedback. आप लोगों से हमें जब feedback मिला अपने customers से, we have put that in our controller and made it much more user friendly. So you can get all the information related to at what speeds the pumps are running, कितने pumps चल रहे हैं, क्या pressure है, और कौन से पंप का क्या स्टेटस है, सारा डेटा हमें एक स्क्रीन के ऊपर मिलता है. Now let's go into the installation part of it. And if we look at any hydro system, it is very important to have a proper installation of the suction area. Now, this is a typical installation, and if you can see that the suction as well as the discharge pipes are properly installed. So for a positive suction, now positive suction means that the pump suction point, if it is below the level water level in the tank, then we call it as a positive suction. And in that condition where your pump is getting a positive suction, we recommend that you are connecting it, and you are ensuring that the support is provided properly. Of course, the same thing is required for negative suction, but in addition to that, what we recommend is that if you have a negative suction, we should ensure that we have a individual suction for each pumps. So that is one area where we feel that when you look at the installation as a plumber, that is a very important point for you to look at during an installation. Of course, all this data can always be provided by the manufacturer, and we have a very experienced team which can support us. But these are certain important points जो कि आपको अपने इंस्टॉलेशन के अंदर देखने चाहिए. सिमिलरली जब हमारा अगर नेगेटिव सक्शन होता है तो हमें इंश्योर करना है कि वी शुड हैव अ प्रॉपर फुट वाल्व बीइंग इंस्टॉल्ड so that the water is always available in the suction line, and the pump is not going into a dry running. Similarly, in delivery after pressure tank connection, ये pressure tank है जिसमें which is connected to your discharge header, it is always recommended to have a common isolation valve and a common NRV. One of the reasons we will see that as we move forward, जब हम commission कर रहे होते हैं system को, तब उस समय हमारे पास most of the time पूरा building का load नहीं होता है. Then this valve, it helps us in commissioning the system, and we are able to vary the flow, and we can commission the system in a much better way. Needless to say, proper support to be provided to the entire system and the pipeline. And for pressure tank connection, pipeline can be taken from delivery with one drain option and isolation valve, which is a standard practice. And आपको पता होगा कि जब हम connect करते हैं tank को delivery side से. Of course, it is important that the entire system, because you have electronics, you have motors where the heat is getting generated, so room ka proper ventilated hona is important for the proper functioning of the system. And this is one area we need to ensure that before we start the system, we have a proper dry run float being installed into your tank so that the system does not go into dry running. Now, after we have done the correct installation, then it is very important for us to follow the proper startup procedure. And if we look at the startup procedure, what we have given here, most of the time we are following the procedure, but our recommendation is that when a complete skid mounted system is coming from the pump manufacturer, this is a procedure which is available, and if a supervision is being provided by the manufacturer, you will be able to get this data from our service team when the system is getting commissioned. So if you look at this procedure, the first step is to open the suction valve and close the delivery valve. Prime the pump by filling liquid through air vent, and which is very important to have a proper priming being done before you start the system. Check the direction of rotation of motor. This has been seen many a times that if the direction of rotation of motor is not correct, sometimes the pressure is not getting built up, and we feel that the system is not working well. And once we go and check the direction of rotation of motor, we realize that the system is working fine when the direction is corrected. So motor direction can be seen with the help of the fan at the top, and you can then decide whether the pump is rotating in the correct direction. At that stage, we once we switch on the system, we get the entire data on our controller. And as I have shown you in the previous slide, that there is a startup wizard which guides you through the basic settings, and it is very easy, user friendly, and in simple language. So you can read the instructions, and it will follow a set process for commissioning of the system. And that is where I say that when you have a complete skid mounted system, and the entire system is coming as a single point of responsibility, all this information and the commissioning part is taken care of. So once you have commission and you have followed the process, the system is now ready for operation, and you can switch on the pump one by one and partially open the delivery valve. And that is where आपने देखा होगा मैंने कहा था कि delivery valve is important, because when you are commissioning the system at that point of time, it helps us, because every time you cannot go out of the plant room and manage the flow. It is better to have a delivery valve to ensure that you can manage the flow and commission the system uh, in a much faster way as compared to when you do not have a control in the plant room. And then we have the standard to close the air vent and slowly open the delivery valve. And once the line pressure is reached, open the delivery valve fully and let it for operation. The idea of giving the startup procedure is that we should be aware of this, and in case we do not have a procedure, then we have our service team which can help you with that. The second point which I want to discuss is that there are various functions which are available in the controller, which are specifically designed for pumping applications. And I cannot go through the entire range of these functions, but I will go to some of the main functions, and that will help you in understand key when you have a system जो कि डिजाइन है पंपिंग एप्लीकेशन के लिए, तो उसमें बहुत सारे फीचर्स ऐसे होते हैं which makes your your work much easier, और आपको कमिश्निंग में बहुत हेल्प मिलती है, and it ensures that you are able to do your commissioning much faster and in a much better way. These आप देखेंगे, these are just the snapshots of our controller, where you can actually do the settings by reading the type of function which you want. So सबसे पहले there is a function called the maximum pressure function. This is to prevent damaging the pipes due to high pressure caused by pumps. So if there is a situation at any point of time where the pressure is going higher than a set limit, then there is a it ensures that the system is protected. Similarly, if you have a situation where you have a minimum pressure which is there for a certain period of time, it ensures that you are saving the overall performance of the system. One of the examples, if you have a large area or a network, and if there is a pipe burst there, now this is something which you can identify. आप पता कर सकते हैं कंट्रोलर के लेवल पे ही कि क्या कहीं पे पाइप बस्ट हुआ है, या कहीं पे ऐसा है कि कोई बहुत बड़ा वॉल्व खुला हुआ है जिसकी वजह से काफी पानी वेस्ट हो रहा है. तो दिस अ सिंपल फंक्शन जिसमें कि हमें ये पता लगता है कि हमारा जो फ्लो है वो बहुत ज्यादा है, एंड द प्रेशर इज नॉट बीन एबल टू बी मेंटेन, प्रेशर मेंटेन नहीं हो पा रहा है और एक मिनिमम सेट लिमिट से नीचे चला गया है और काफी टाइम डिले तक है, देन देयर इज एन अलार्म विच हैपेंस. सो विद दिस इनडायरेक्टली, डायरेक्टली हमें नहीं पता है कि क्या हुआ है, बट हम ये देख सकते हैं कि कुछ एबनॉर्मेलिटी सिस्टम में आई है जिसकी वजह से हम एक करेक्टिव एक्शन ले सकते हैं. सो दिस इज जस्ट पॉसिबल व्हेन यू हैव अ कंट्रोलर जिसको कि डिजाइन किया गया है पंपिंग एप्लीकेशन के लिए, एंड दिस इज वन ऑफ द फीचर्स. एक और फीचर है जो कि काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, विच इज अ सॉफ्ट प्रेशर बिल्टअप. नाउ जब हम सिस्टम को स्टार्ट करते हैं उस समय दो फेजेस होते हैं. एक फेज में तो जो आपकी खाली पाइपलाइन है उसके अंदर पानी भरता है, तो वाटर इज गेटिंग फिल्ड इन द पाइप नेटवर्क, एंड देन द सेकंड फेज इज वेयर द प्रेशर बिल्ड्स अप एंड देन builds up and takes over the desired set point which is required by the system. So if we activate the soft pressure buildup function here, then the pump will ensure that it is filling the system at a lower RPM, and once the pressure gets built up, slowly the pump ramps up, which ensures that the pump does not go into runout conditions during the filling up phase, and your overall system is protected. Now again, this is something which can be used in different application, but हमें एक plumbing application के लिए this is one feature which is standard available. It is only that आपको जब commissioning कर रहे हैं तो proper commissioning करनी है, and अगर आप aware हैं इस function के, then you can use and take advantage of that. The fourth function is again a redundancy. Indian market mein most of the times you have a system where the standby pumps is also into operation. So we can either select one pump as a standby pump, and even when you have a standby pump, the number of standby pumps can be selected from the settings screen, and you can ensure that the standby pump is always tested, and it is run into operation. So it is like that the pumps are coming into operation, but one of the pumps is always considered as a standby. So all that functions are inbuilt in the controller, so you don't have to do anything, and the controller takes care of the automatic operation and changeover, and ensure that the maximum numbers of pumps, the running hours are maintained, and you are able to ensure that the number of standbys which you want can be selected. So it is a feature which can be selected, and you can make sure that if you have to make a certain number of pumps as standby, you can do that. The last but not the least, when you look at it as a complete system, we have to make sure that the overall area in which the pump is installed, and all the kind of conditions in which the pump is running, right from the water intake, from the electrical connection, and the overall environment of the system where it is installed, to be properly maintained, to ensure that we do not have a failure of the system. So if all these conditions are properly maintained, then we can see a a trouble-free operation of the system without any problem. So right from the environment to the electrical conditions, to ensuring that your suction and the discharge conditions are properly maintained, and you do not have any foreign particles coming in the system to damage the mechanical seal, and all the conditions under which the system is working, if we have to ensure that we maintain a proper control of that, so that the overall performance of the system can be maintained. Now, the system what we have just seen is a hydropneumatic system, and which is not just focusing on the pump, but overall system. Now we will go and look at the submersible pump, and we will go and look at the different components in a submersible pump. And what I would say that going forward, we will also see skid systems coming for even submersible pumps. So you have a prefabricated pumping system which will have all the protection features inbuilt, just the way we have seen in the hydropneumatic system. So hydropneumatic system, as a plumber, you would have seen that how simple it is because it is a skid system. Now we have to see that the same functionality we can bring in a submersible pump also. So we will first touch upon the construction structure, and I will briefly take into the points which are very, very important when you are considering any submersible pump installation. So uh, we see that the overall construction of the pump should be such that the vibrations in the pump are minimal, because when you look at a submersible pumps, the only time you look at that pump is जब आपने उसको एक बार सम्प में डाल दिया, उसके बाद वो पंप आपको दिखता नहीं। आपको एंश्योर करना है कि वो पंप का वाइब्रेशन मिनिमम हो। आपको ये एंश्योर करना है कि आप जब फर्स्ट टाइम इंस्टॉलेशन करें पंप का तो वो सही हो, बिकॉज अगर कोई पंप को बाहर इंस्टॉल करते हैं, आप उसकी परफॉर्मेंस के टाइम उसको देख सकते हैं, बट व्हेन देयर इज अ सबमर्सिबल पंप, इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट that we make sure that before we start the system, the pump is correctly installed, क्योंकि it has to work where most of the time it is not visible to us. So what we have made sure that to minimize the vibrations and to make sure that the pump is much more sturdy, we have a short rotor shaft which reduces the vibrations in the system. There is a unique feature which is very unique, and I will share the reason why this feature has come. आप ये देखेंगे watertight cable connection. Now sometimes what happens, if you see, this is basically the clamp through which the chain is connected, and the pump is supposed to be lifted from this. यहाँ से जो chain होती है उससे हमें submersible pump को ऊपर खींचना चाहिए, बट मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम ऐसा होता है कि जब हम पंप को निकाल रहे होते हैं पिट से, या हम सर्विस के बाद उसको वापस डाल रहे होते हैं, तो वी एक्चुअली स्टार्ट यूजिंग द केबल विच इज एक्चुअली गोइंग इन द पंप, एंड हमने अपने एक्सपीरियंस से देखा है कि दिस केबल गेट्स डैमेज्ड, एंड इवन जब हम पंप को सर्विस करके नए पंप को हम कमीशन करते थे, because जब उसको नीचे हम सम्प में डाल रहे हैं, if somebody is lifting it with the cable connection, then immediately when we start the pump may fail. So we have made sure that it's a watertight tight cable connection, and even if somebody is lifting it, then the connection will come out, but in any case the water will not go inside and pump को damage नहीं होगा. So these are small things, ये छोटी छोटी बातें हैं, लेकिन ये पूरे सिस्टम को बहुत रोबस्ट बनाती हैं. और हमने जो कॉमन प्रैक्टिसेस हैं, जो कमिश्निंग के टाइम में या जो पंप के परफॉर्मेंस के टाइम में जो कॉमन प्रैक्टिसेस हैं जिसकी वजह से पंप डैमेज होता है, वो इंश्योर करा है कि we take care of that in the system. We also have a system where the motor is getting cooled by the liquid which is getting pumped, and जो लिक्विड पंप हो रहा है उसी से मोटर कूल होती है. तो उसकी वजह से हम इस पंप को ड्राई रनिंग में भी रख सकते हैं. मतलब जरूरी नहीं है कि सीवेज या ड्रेनेज पंप को हम सबमर्सिबल कंडीशन में रखें, हम उसको ड्राई रनिंग में भी रख सकते हैं. आई विल शो यू द पिक्चर इन द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. And we have robust ball bearings, steel clamps to make the installation easier and the service much more easier. Replaceable wearing to ensure that कि आपका wearing जब आपकी erode हो जाती है, उसके बाद आप wearing को replace कर सकते हैं, and अपनी पंप की efficiency will again improve, which is getting lost because of the wearing of the wearing. And then there is a robust mechanical seal to protect the overall pump. This is a pump which is basically having a grinder in it. So if you have applications where you have soft solids coming in, you have clothes coming in, you have बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें आती हैं जो क्लॉग कर देती हैं इम्पेलर को, वहां पे ये ग्राइंडर पंप becomes a very good solution. प्लस जैसा मैंने आपको बताया कि हम अगर सबमर्सिबल पंप्स को भी हाइड्रोनोमैटिक सिस्टम्स की तरह पूरा का पूरा स्किड सिस्टम अगर लेते हैं, तो इट ऑलवेज हेल्प, क्योंकि उसमें सिस्टम की पूरी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी पंप मैन्युफैक्चरर के पास होती है. एंड दैट इज we have seen the advantage of that in hydronomatic system. I think we should now see the advantage of that in submersible pumps also. This is the installation. ये इंस्टॉलेशन बेसिकली सबमर्सिबल इंस्टॉलेशन है जिसमें हम एक गाइड रेल के हेल्प से वी पुट द पंप डाउन, और यहाँ पे ये कनेक्शन होता है जिससे बिना बिना फिक्स्ड कनेक्शन के you can have a connection which is flexible, but it has got an arrangement to ensure that कि जब पंप चल रहा होता है तो लीकेज नहीं होता है यहाँ पे, because the sealing arrangements are done in such a way when the pump is running there is no leakage happening at that point of time. And if you have to take the pump out, nobody needs to go into the pit, you can just lift it from the chain and you can take the pump out. So this is auto coupling kind of installation. और ये है ring stand installation, which you must have seen in most of the submersible pump installation. This is the dry vertical installation जिसके बारे में मैंने बताया था कि क्योंकि मोटर की कूलिंग is happening with the liquid which is getting pumped, हम इस पंप को ड्राई इंस्टॉलेशन में भी लगा सकते हैं. और उस केस में सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज हमें जो मिलता है वो ये कि अगर हमारा सीवेज का पंप है, हमें उसके रेगुलर मेंटेनेंस के लिए भी जब हम पंप को निकालते हैं, तो जब सीवेज पिट से पंप निकलता है, यू कैन सी हाउ डर्टी, कितना यू नीड टू डू अ क्लीनिंग फॉर द पंप. बट अगर आपका ड्राई इंस्टॉलेशन है, then it becomes much easier because the pump body is not in the sewage. So that is one advantage. Plus जहाँ पे आपका water level आपको pit में काफी जो dead volume है उसको आपको reduce करना है, तो भी हम ये पंप यूज कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि इसमें पानी को यहाँ तक लाया जा सकता है. आपको पूरी मोटर को सबमर्ज करने की जरूरत नहीं है, इवन इन कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेशन. तो दिस इज द एडवांटेज इफ यू गो फॉर अ dry running kind of installation. These are some of the pictures which I have shown that the protection and all the other things needs to be taken care of. We have already seen that installation in an auto coupling. But before we go forward, मैं आपको एक छोटा वीडियो दिखाता हूँ जिसमें we will see the submersible pump, a grinder pump, जिसमें हमने कैमरा लगा रखा है नीचे. So with the help of that camera, we can actually see the performance of the pump. I think it's coming. Okay. So, due to paucity of time, I'll have to move forward. But आपने इसमें देखा होगा कि किस तरह से एक पंप के थ्रू हम even if you have uh, uh, clothes or anything which normally gets clogged in a pump or a submersible pump, आप उसको with the help of a grinder pump आप उसको completely cut करके निकाल सकते हैं, और क्लॉगिंग नहीं होती है उस केस में. तो अगर आपके ऐसे एप्लीकेशन हैं जहाँ पे इस तरह का सीवेज आता है, then I think this is the best solution. So as I've said, most of the things are uh, uh, standard and we have to follow. So when you have a complete system, the entire as a single unit coming as a pumping station, then the startup procedure and installation and everything, ये सब pump manufacturers ensure that it is taken care of. So when you look at a submersible pumps, there is a set procedure that we follows, which includes we check the overall condition of the pump, the oil in the chamber, the installation of the auto coupling, and ensuring that it meets the requirement which has been given by the pump manufacturer. And we check the system when filled with liquid. So the pumps in a submersible case is self venting, and once all that points are checked, and most importantly, we have properly checked the float switches and level sensor, then we can start the system. And it is always a good idea to have the pumps and at least the control panels also from the pump manufacturer, to make sure that there is a single point of responsibility. And it helps because जब पूरे यूनिट की responsibility pump manufacturer के पास होती है, there are so many things which are ensured that we make a trouble-free operation of the complete system. Similarly, we have to follow a standard maintenance procedure at regular intervals, depending on the conditions, the time of operation of the pump, and once we are doing the regular maintenance as per the recommendation for the pumping application and the type of pumps, we will have a complete trouble-free operation throughout the life cycle of any pumping system. Now, I'll just go to the last part of my presentation, and where we are looking at how we can connect digitally with all the plumbers and all the maintenance people, and ensure that we are able to provide immediate service for the pumping system and a trouble-free operation. So there's a small video on that.
Grundfos is the largest pumps manufacturer in the world, producing 18 million pumps per year. That translates to roughly 34 pumps per minute. In a market where it is difficult to find good service for pumps, Grundfos boasts of providing great customer service. Therefore, it is our responsibility to provide fast and smart service support to our customers so that they can fully benefit from our products. One such intelligent solution is the Grundfos Smart Serve app that provides the fastest way of getting service support for your Grundfos pump. Smart Serve app is available in iOS, Android and Windows Marketplace. Through the app, you locate the nearest service provider, fill in the details of the issue, attach a picture of the problem and raise a service request. You will receive an acknowledgement of your request within 4 hours. For digital pumps, the service provider will try to fix the problem online by providing remote assistance. For other pumps, the service provider will deploy one of the service engineers to the site. Normally within 3 days, user issue will be resolved. The Smart Serve app enables you to easily track the status of your request, escalate late response, get a service report and quotation for spare parts, provide feedback on the service. All in all, an app that ensures that customers get fast and transparent service, and we get to deliver service excellence.
So that brings me an end to my today's presentation. Over to you, Mr. Akshay.
Thank you, Gauravji. This is Varun Tandon
Hello, hi Varun.
from IPSC. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Firstly, I'd like to thank you for such an elaborate presentation and
Thank you.
being a part of the Plumb Skills Expo. Of course, it was an honor to have Grundfos, and what an excellent presentation that you've done just now. We've got over about I think about 250 odd people watching through Fiki Bike platform. We do have people watching through the Apna platform and across the social media as well. Gauravji, I am getting a few questions through the Apna platform. So there's a few plumbers that have asked a few questions. I thought this would be an opportune time to kind of ask those questions so that everybody can hear the answers as well.
Sure.
One was with regards to it's more of a question which perhaps you and I will have to kind of answer together. So if they're not, so this particular person is not very clear, or hasn't worked on pumps a lot, but he wants to join Grundfos in terms of being able to work through this app as well. So the question is, how long will it take? कि मुझे कितना देर लगेगा, थोड़ा सा अगर मेरे को पंप्स के बारे में समझना है, और मैं कहाँ पे कर सकता हूँ?
बिल्कुल. So thank you for this question, and I think इस क्वेश्चन को लेने से हमें ये फायदा हुआ, मेरा एक स्लाइड जो मैंने नहीं दिखाया वो मैं शेयर कर सकता हूँ. तो हमारा एक लर्निंग एकेडमी है, तो आप वहाँ पे जाके लर्न कर सकते हैं. एंड probably I can share that link with Varun ji, and he can share that. और अगर आपको और कुछ जानना है तो आप ग्रोनफॉस से टच में आ सकते हैं, आप मेरे से कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं. अगर आपको कुछ और जानकारी चाहिए पंप्स के बारे में, हम लोग विल बी वेरी हैप्पी टू हेल्प यू.
Okay, great. And another question that's come through is with respect to similar learning itself, क्या हम ऑनलाइन भी ये सीख सकते हैं?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, मैंने वही बताया, जो हमारी ई लर्निंग एकेडमी है वो
जी.
ऑनलाइन है. तो
Okay.
मैं वरुण जी आपके साथ, तो मैं अगर आप कहेंगे तो मैं शेयर कर दूंगा उसका लिंक, एंड
Would be great, sir.
आप शेयर कर सकते हैं.
Would be great. We would love to circulate that to the plumbing community as well. Maybe what we can do is also perhaps have a few people come in and be a part of this. And since the Plumb Skills Expo is now happening for the entire month, we can perhaps have a specific session where you can have your team from the Learning Academy also come in and provide some basics, which we can
Sure,
through this platform train the plumbers as well.
Right. We can do that.
Great. Perfect. Yeah. So I think there are a few more questions as well, slightly technical.
Okay.
Right, with the relationship of stages with waterhead with respect
Okay.
to waterhead.
Right.
Relationship of stages with respect to waterhead.
Yeah.
Since I'm not technical, perhaps
I understand that question.
Great.
So
Great.
basically, sir, it depends upon, so हर stage actually मल्टी स्टेज जो पंप होता है, उसमें हर एक स्टेज एक ऐसे काम करती है जैसे कि एक स्टेज दूसरी स्टेज के साथ सीरीज में होती है. तो जब आप सीरीज में पंप कनेक्ट करते हैं तो फ्लो सेम रहता है और आपका हेड बढ़ता जाता है. तो अगर मैं आपके क्वेश्चन का आंसर मैं ब्रीफ में दूं तो इसका मतलब ये है कि जैसे एक एग्जांपल के तौर पे हर स्टेज पे 8 मीटर का हेड मिलता है. एक मैं फॉर द पर्पस इट कैन वेरी, लेकिन अगर हम ये अज्यूम करें कि हर स्टेज पे 8 मीटर का हेड मिलता है और मेरी 10 स्टेजेस हैं तो मेरा 80 मीटर का हेड, तो हर स्टेज का जितना मेरे को हेड मिल रहा है उतना मैं ऐड करता जाऊंगा. तो मल्टी स्टेज पंप में जितने इम्पेलर्स होंगे मल्टीप्लाइड बाय द पर स्टेज हेड, आई विल गेट द टोटल हेड. तो जैसे जैसे स्टेजेस बढ़ती जाती हैं उतना ही मेरे को हेड ज्यादा मिलता जाता है.
Fair enough. Great, Gaurav ji, thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you, Varun.
And I hope you also enjoyed doing this session. Of course, तो ये थोड़ा one way रहता है through traffic, but collation is there, and we wanted to kind of just highlight a few questions that could be answered. And we'd love to invite you again in the coming 2 weeks, to have another session where we can focus on some learning on the actual basics of pumping itself.
Thank you, Varun. My pleasure, our pleasure. And thank you from Grundfos to everyone. Thank you.
Akshay, audio is not coming through.
Audio is not coming. Give me a moment. I'll share it again. Apologies.
हमें भारतीय उत्पादों को खरीदने वाले हर एक कस्टमर का दिल भी जीतना। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स क्वालिटी में जितने बेहतर होंगे उतनी ही ताकत देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मिलेगी।
बहुत मजबूत नींव स्किल इंडिया मिशन की इस देश में पड़ी है। भारत के इन प्रयत्नों पर भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर लोगों का आकर्षण बढ़ा है। रोजगार और उद्यम की सारी संभावनाएं यदि आज बनी हुई हैं तो उसमें स्किल इंडिया डिपार्टमेंट से, स्किल इंडिया मिशन से भी उनका सीधा नाता है।
Hello and greetings of an immersive afternoon once again. I, Sonam Ambe, Chief in Pedagogy at Ethos ASEG, warmly welcome all the dignitaries and our esteemed panelists to the Plumb Skill Expo 2021. Today's panel discussion deliberates on MEP design and planning in high-rise, and we have been joined by stalwarts from the field. I would now like to welcome Mr. N. Rajiv, who has passionately conceived and curated this series with international speakers. Rajiv would be the moderator for today's session. He is the director for Indian Plumb Skills Council, the national vice president for Indian Institute of Interior Designers, and the ambassador for the International Federation of Architects and Interior Designers. Professionally, Rajiv is the stakeholder, a shareholder, and MD of Spanish multinational EPSA for Middle East and SAARC region. So without much ado, over to you, Rajiv.
Good afternoon, viewers from IPSC, headed by our respected chairman, Dr. K. Somani, Fiki, panelists and friends of the plumbing fraternity. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
It's day 4 of the Plumb Skills Expo, inaugurated on Wednesday by our Honorable Minister for Skilling, Dr. Mahendranath Pandey, and continues for a month. We have nearly 120 registrations from the plumbing field, roundtables, local seminars, B2B meetings, and the whole spirit and the whole movement of plumbing is on a forward path. Mission of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, to make India a global plumbing hub is our mission in IPSC with skilling, placement, and trade for the plumbing sector. Coming to the seminar in this world of mega tall and super tall buildings, with two of the super tall buildings, one in Dubai and one exactly 601 meter in Mecca. It's a great subject, except that I have a problem. Normally, moderators are supposed to be the experts in the subject, but today I'm with 5 panelists who are so well versed in the subject that I'm already not feeling very comfortable. I hope I have the energy to continue this further. Of which 3 of the people from Dubai, I would say it's relevant to the subject, has been my mentors in upskilling my knowledge in plumbing. So with not much conversation, let me go to the task of introducing the panelist and we get going. We will be having each panelist to speak for 4 minutes on the subject, which I will be explaining now. And we will have 11 minutes to 12 minutes of discussions based on the panelist, with between the panelists and also with the audience. The point here is that yesterday we had a very relevant subject, MEP versus architecture. There were a lot of views exchanged and there was a lot of deliberations. The conclusions, of course, such a big subject cannot be arrived, except that we understood that there should be a common platform for sharing between the architect, the MEP consultant, the project manager, and the contractor. Today, we hope we are able to get more conclusions towards this session. To the panel, let me welcome Mahendra, who is one of the oldest and tallest individuals in MEP industry with 40 years experience in the Gulf. He doesn't look that old. He's an avid cyclist. I would say his whole life was based out of Dubai, contributing to the plumbing industry. Currently heading the MEP division of Built Middle East, Mr. Mahendra is an REC Bhopal product. To wrap up Mahendra's profile in a short time is a bit difficult. You see on the screen the major projects he has been involved in the skyline of Dubai. To name a few, Marriott Marquis, Address Jumeirah Gate, which both have records to the name, and the tall hotels like Burj Vista, Hyatt Regency, Grosvenor House, Ritz-Carlton. And most of the Lee Meridians are done by his company. He has done some high-end boutique hotels like Al Mahar Resort, which you see down, and 101 Royal Mirage. Villas, he has done thousands of villas like the Arabian Ranches, Dima 1, Dima 2. And he has also been the MEP for the Grosvenor House. Mr. Mahendra will be talking about the flow of water, the upstream and downstream flow of water in high-rise buildings. That will be the subject he will be addressing. Mr. Firaz Al-Nijar is a director of a leading group in Dubai called Jumal Majid. We never stuck a chord in the first couple of meetings because he was too technical and I was a little bit zero technical. But finally I said the difference in our character made us friends. And he is one of the most experienced and senior professional in the MEP industry with 25 years experience, spanning from the ruler's office to MR and now this famous group. He has been responsible for many of the iconic projects in UAE like the Opera, Dubai Downtown, the Dubai Mall Extension, Address Dubai, Marina Tower, Burj Nahar, the list goes and goes. He's a specialist in firefighting systems, chilled water plants, energy transfer station, and civil works. It's a pleasure to welcome Mr. Firaz. Mr. Firaz will be touching on the subject of risk analysis in plumbing systems. I have Mr. Anbu, who is a part of our skilling landscape too, because he's taking classes, he's doing some projects with REC Rourkee and Chhattisgarh government. He handles a company called Pro Lead Engineering Consultancy. He's 35 years here with 30 plus years in the Middle East. Lead accredited professional from US GPC, ISO 50001 lead energy auditor, and a member of ASHRAE, AEICC, and whatever you name it, he's there. The founder member of the UAE Society of Engineers. It's a pleasure to welcome Mr. Anbalagan. His projects are also shown here. He's worked with leading groups like Atkins, Arab Tech, Mary Associates, and he's into his own business for the last few years. Mr. Anbu will be touching the subject of hot water return in high-rise buildings. With a panel of the Dubai-based panelists finished, now let me move to Sandeep Roy Chowdhury. Sandeep Roy Chowdhury is a science graduate and a qualified cost accountant, and has done his master's in business administration. From the non-banking sector, he joined his family business as a director of Sanitary Syndicate. Under his able leadership, The company has executed various landmark projects, not only in sanitation, but in various other structures. He has worked, like the fire detection, air conditioning systems. To name a few of his projects are namely the Wipro Calcutta, Bhubaneswar, Taj Gateway, Novotel, Swiss Hotel, the 42, which is the tallest residential tower as of today in India. Under his leadership, the company has undertaken projects ranging from the tallest tower of Calcutta, airport green buildings, etc. Welcome to this forum, Mr. Sandeep Roy Chowdhury. Finally, I have with me Mr. Sandeep Goyal. Mr. Sandeep Goyal is from Calcutta, from Delhi. Give me a second, I missed his page. Sorry for the small delay, sometimes this happens. The projects of Mr. Sandeep is what is visible on the screen. And Mr. Sandeep Goyal is the founder director of ProEon Consultants Private Limited, an MEP consultancy company and a partner of ProTech Fire and Life Safety Consulting Company. Sandeep has been engaged in the building services consultancy with over 25 years of working experience. Sandeep has contributed significantly in various disciplines of building service design and in codes. Sandeep has worked towards the revision of National Building Code of India in 2005 and now the 2016 edition. He is, to his credit, and contributed and led in design services of HVAC, plumbing services, electrical services, fire, life safety systems. He has been visiting faculty at SPA New Delhi with over 15 years of contribution towards imparting lectures to young students. And he is also representing India in the Tall Buildings Association and the board member at the Ashray Indian chapter. Both Sandeep Roy Chowdhury and Sandeep Goyal, both are directors of Indian Plumbing Skills Council and have contributed considerably towards the plumbing ecosystem. With this introduction, let me now move on to Mr. Mahendra for the first session. Each session, as I said, would be for 4 minutes with 10 to 15 minutes of discussions. And finally, we'll have a conclusion for the last 15 minutes. Over to you, Mr. Mahendra.
Hello, good afternoon to all. Like Rajiv has said, I would be touching the subject of effective domestic water upfeed and downfeed systems. The biggest challenge in super tall buildings, we tend to have 3 to 4 service floors with intervals of 75 to 95 meter high, where the pump heads can be 8 to 15 bar. And if these pumps are not controlled well, you can have a huge water hammer and the piping can get damaged. You can have blowouts. So what I would recommend is, when you select your pump, you can go to the curve. When you select a pump, here you end up, because of high head and low flow, vertical multi-stage pumps. For example, there is a typical pump selection done for one of the towers in Dubai, where it is required 8.3 bar head and with approximately 2 liters per second. You can see the close valve pressure hitting 13.5 bar, which is nearly 50% more than the required head. You can take the slide off. So what happens is, when the pump stops, you have a water column of 85 meter, but then there is a sudden dynamic head of 135 meter. So this blows off the pipes in the lower region of the shafts, sorry, the risers. So what we have to do, to prevent this. To prevent this, we need to have an effective control of the starts and stops of the pump. And this can be achieved by delayed action float valves, where you can see it in the figure, where you can control, there's a valve controlling two sections of a tank, which are interconnected. And you can either have it half filled and then take it up. So normally you take 30 to 45 minutes to fill a tank. By half, it may be 15 to 20 minutes. So I will not go into the explaining you how a delayed action float valve works. Anyone, you can find out from the catalogs of these manufacturers. But then this would help in reducing the pump starts and stops. And second is the pump, when it shuts, we do not want the pump to suddenly shut. So we want to bring the stoppage slowly. And this can be achieved by putting VFT drives in the pump controller, where you can ramp down between 30 to 45 seconds the cutoff of the pump, which can also cut down your water hammer. Thirdly, the non-return valves, we would recommend to go for a non-slam one, which is shown on the slide 3. Wherein it's a spring-loaded one, so it doesn't clatter and it as the pump slows down, slowly it ramps down, even the valve also will accordingly respond. And this totally cuts your water hammer, and you can have a very, very smooth start and stop of the up feed system. And we have achieved in many tasks, and it's working fault-free for many years. Then I come to the down feed lines, which is much more simpler. Basically here, you should not have pressures exceeding 5 to 5.5 bar. So you achieve this by having PRVs. So one has to correctly size the PRVs based on the flow and ensure that it is also taken care, the low flow bypasses are taken care in these valves, and pressure relief valves are also given in the downstream. So if there's any questions, I can answer.
Mahendra, we have touched the subject very well for upfeed and downfeed, stressing on the selection of proper selection, addressing water hammer, effective start and stop, and for the downfeed, not exceeding 5 bar and the suitable PRV. So the basic factor of the design is covered. Now we have 10 minutes for questions, or we can move to the next session.
Mr. Mahendra, this is Bala here. What would be the optimum velocity of water which is required in the pipe for pipe selection?
See, for the optimum sizing of a riser pipe, we generally go at 2 meters per second, where the friction losses are limited to 6%. Generally, consultants go down to 1.25 to 1.5 also, but as a contractor, I wouldn't wish for that because you go for a larger size of piping. It's not really required to go to that levels. A 2 meters per second is good enough, and it stays within 6% friction losses.
Okay. I have one more clarification required. With regards to the pump selection, basically, most of the time we can see on a high-rise building, people talk about 3-duty, 4-duty standby, identical pumps. Okay. And also perhaps one pump set for the whole tower. What is your experience, or say that whether we should go for a multi-zone pumps on a high-rise building, or we should go for unidentical pumps based on the demand, and we should be run on VFD? I hope I've given a, yeah.
You given, okay, I will take it the other way around. There are two types of pumping system. One is only transferring water to the tanks on the service floor. The other thing, what we call in India, the hydro-pneumatic pumps, which directly pumps into the apartments from the basement into the upper floors. So the multiple booster sets are very good if you're going to have directly pump it into the apartments of various levels without having a service tank. That means there is no gravity feed. Because that way what happens is the peak and off-peak demands, they vary a lot. So based on the demand, the pumps keep coming one after the other, and you have a flat system curve. But as for the downfeed system, you don't need to have a multiple pumps. You can just have a duty and standby.
Okay.
And it's always preferred to have a VFD drive because the curve is flat. You will not have surges, extreme surges. You can avoid quite a lot of water hammer, and it's also energy efficient. And with today's technology, the drives are not expensive. And Rajiv's been tuned in to give good prices for super tall because he wants his name to be there.
Till now, I'm yet to get a good price. Apart from that, everything has been achieved.
You got big names, man.
Sandeep is laughing. I think when I said price, he wanted to say something.
I'm just saying that you want a good price because of at least you can demand because of the weight of the equipment which you sell. As consultant, we sell in grams. We can't even expect pricing as a matter of fact.
My God, I rest my case. I think Suresh was raising a hand. You wanted to ask something, Suresh?
Nothing. I think I just.
Okay, Suresh is the country head of Voltas. And I forgot to introduce Mr. Balagopal. Balagopal has been in this Middle East for the last 30 years. Again, an MEP specialist based out of Dubai. The panelists have any question to each other addressing the subject of upfeed and downfeed? All of you being professionals, I think there is not much of a debate on the subject except the need that it is necessary. And
yeah, I recommend VFDs for both transfer and booster sets.
But why for transfer? Because we are filling the overhead tank, no?
It's what the whole thing has started that way. You can limit your ramping down. You slowly shut off the pump so that you don't have a hammer in the riser pipe.
In fact, Mr. Rajiv, when you are doing multiple towers transfer, then there could be a demand from few towers not coming and few towers are having the demand. So if you have a VFD, the system gets more synchronized depending upon the towers which it is filling up.
If you have 8 to 10 tanks on the top.
Yeah, that's right. So let's say there are solenoid valves of 3 tanks switched off,
yes, okay.
Your demand ramps down.
That's the reason I was saying go for delayed action float valves.
That's right, sir.
They are extremely good and they are very, very reliable, unlike the float valves and float switches.
That's right, sir.
Mr. Mahendra, I just want to ask one more clarification. What is your opinion of providing a jockey pump on a VFD-driven set for a very low flow demand?
You don't need a jockey pump technically with a VFD-driven pump because it can start off with 15 hertz.
Yeah, naturally it's 15 to 18 hertz. Yeah, you're right.
Technically, but sometimes consultants do put in a jockey because it's copy and paste. You don't need a jockey for a VFD-driven pumps.
What do you mean copy and paste of the specs?
Specification.
Okay.
In older days, you did not have a drive, so you had a duty standby, and to take off the low flows, you used to put a 10 or 15% size jockey pumps, and they used to work on pressure switches. Today, they are on pressure sensors and drives. You don't need jockeys.
Do we need a pressure vessel?
Pressure vessel is required to take care of the expansion. Again, it also helps in pump start and stops.
To prevent multiple starts and stops.
So, no, my question is in that case, what would happen if it is a VFD system? Anyway, it is ramping up the system for the slow demand. So how the pressure vessel would act into the system?
Because water is non-compressible. So you would be needing a pressure vessel. Also temperature fluctuations, expansion, contraction of water. So it's better to have a pressure vessel. Doesn't cost much.
No, I know it's not a question of commercial aspect of it, but instead of the technical aspect of it, I asked because I can see several consultants are asking for pressure vessel. At the same time, there's a question coming up like why we need a pressure vessel in a VFD system. Yeah, I got it. I got your answer. Yeah.
But you need, Mr. Mahendra, I would also say from our side of working, you have to provide a pressure vessel and be careful of not to make it too large.
Exactly.
Otherwise, VFD is not able to speak to the demand.
Yeah.
So it has to be a pressure vessel reasonably small.
A smaller demand.
Otherwise, the VFD will not come into picture. Yeah.
That's right.
The pump will never start.
Yeah, because they'll not be able to synchronize with the demand pattern.
Yeah.
Sorry if I can participate in the conversation, Mr. Rajiv and Mr. Mahendra.
It's perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mahendra.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
We have got some questions.
Questions in the chat box as well.
Sonam, you can upgrade Chintan to the panelist.
Yes, yes.
I've got a question from Aniket Chakravarti, but I don't understand the question. It says design criteria in high-rise building for good performance, like zones.
Varun had deciphered it for me, so maybe Varun could unmute and or I could do that. So it basically says that in high-rise buildings, what is the criteria to divide into zones for optimal performance?
Okay, service floors. Mahendra, sir.
Basically, service floors, maybe Sandeep sir can even explain it better. It's drawn by the life safety systems. Because generally, the NFPA or even Dubai Civil Defense Code, they don't exceed, you can't have more than 90 floors. Sorry, 90 meters, I'm sorry. Yeah? So that when the fire pump starts, it all starts with the fire pump. It doesn't exceed the 17.9 bar. So they limit it to 90 meter head. And it's followed everywhere in the world. So because of the fire, life safety, the service floors come in, so domestic water follows that.
Perfect.
You can further say anything, Mr. Sandeep?
No, I think that's right, sir. Actually, that system also requires pressure balancing zoning. Specifically, in our case, the hydrant pressures should not be too large to avoid the accidents to firefighters. So therefore, over there, for life safety purposes of the firefighters, also the zoning has to be highly, engineered.
Just I want to add one point for this, the criteria which is being limiting to 25 bar as per the NFPA requirements. And they take that 20% as the closed valve head, for a pump curve. If you're going for a flatter curve on the selection of the pump, you can probably edge it a little bit more. I mean, to reach within the 25 bar. That 17.9 bar, that's the one which is that 90 meter, the height of the building, which is driven by that. And if you can select a slightly better pump, if your building is just about 95 meters or 100 meters, you don't need to go for another intermediate floor, because that way we have gone for some exemptions in that 17.9 bar. But NFPA pumps cannot be, certified, if it is beyond the 25 bar. So yes, the criteria that 17.9 bar can be stretched a little, maybe for 3-4 floors. 10 meters, you can just 10-12 meters, you can just add on to it. But still, the intermediate floor is mandatory from a fire perspective. And also, we try and achieve kind of the uniform pipes and fittings, like PN16. If you exceed the 100 meters, then you need to go for a higher pressure rating for the pipes and equipment. That's another criteria which drives this intermediate flow.
Anbu, there is a little deviation here.
Yeah.
All for the life safety systems, we are again deviating. They have to be listed valves. Whatever valve you use there, they have to be listed. And they are all 300 PSI, that is 21 bar. It's not 25 bar. And most of the pumps are end section split case pumps, what we use for the firefighting, where it's flat curve, where they're not as steep as the vertical multi-stage. So most of the manufacturers, not all of them, there are good manufacturers who can give a pump with a working this thing of maximum 17.9. It doesn't, closed valve should not exceed 21 bar.
Got it.
So they try to keep between 5 meters to 90 meters. You generally have a service floor, in super tall buildings.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Sonam, we have a few minutes left. Would you like to address the other questions?
Yes, there are a few more questions. Most of them are interestingly from Mr. Suresh Kumar, so he could actually unmute himself and ask the questions directly.
Or you couldn't decipher the questions?
Yeah. No, I think okay, fine. I think we are talking too technical about the pumping system and everything. The fundamental fact remains that the plumbing is one of the field which unfortunately neither mechanical nor civil, and it needs a lot of deliberations on the high-rise building design as well as the supporting system pattern. I think if I look at the kind of leaks which have taken place in Dubai in the high-rise buildings, and especially recently I was getting involved in some of the US high-rise building problems which construction contractors as well as the developers face, I think this is a fundamental issue. I think this need to be addressed. I request the panelists, definitely during your course of your deliberations, I think you should touch upon it. And that includes the knowledge sharing, learning from the mistakes which happened in the industry across the construction segment. I think I'm sure the panelists should address it, and I think it's a major concern today. I think pushing many MEP contractors into a big question, big challenges, which unfortunately not spoken outside, but it's a hidden problem.
Well noted, Suresh. Sonam, any other questions you can see?
I think we can move to the next panel. We'll circle back to the questions.
Yeah, there was one question about some valves related to this subject. If you go up.
Yes, so why ring main, this question is by Mr. Bipin Dubey. He asks why ring main line is required in water supply and not single T connection.
It equalizes the pressure. A ring main equalizes the pressure. That's the reason they go for a ring main.
Thank you. I think that answers your question.
And redundancy.
So I think
tap off. The redundancy is.
If the ring main breaks, you can actually still isolate and still make sure
that's
water
the
supply
redundancy.
goes. That's right. That's right.
Chetan Seth from Mumbai. Request to explain, Chintan, sorry. A request to explain about the position of installation of hammer arrestor to get optimum results.
The water hammer arresters generally installed inside an apartment where you have a quick closing valves, like if you have a dishwashers or washing machines, where it suddenly stops. So you generally install on the end of the line where these are tapped off. That is inside the apartment. And when it comes to the main risers, it has to be closest to the location in the lower part of the, one of the arresters should be in the lower part of the riser and one in the topmost. By using the simple methods I've told you, you will not have a water hammer problem at all. By ramping down the pump slowly, go for a non-slam check valve and go for delayed action float valves. You would totally eliminate water hammer in water supply, the riser valve.
Perfect. I think we had a small but wonderful session. I think this upfeed and downfeed, I think it's been well handled. Very well presented. The questions, I think it's clear now. Now let's move to Mr. Anbalagan. He's going to talk about a very interesting subject, not much addressed, the hot water return in high-rise buildings. Over to you, Anbu.
Sonam, you'll be.
Yes, if you would want me to, I'll do that.
Okay, you can. Yeah. The first, I mean, in terms of the hot water system in high-rise buildings, first point is that you can do it in different ways. Either, like you can go for individual floors hot water, you can have a centralized hot water system on the respective floor and distribute internally. That's based on the pressure zoning, which is already taken care in the cold water supply. So, like we talked about, either you can go for an upfeed system or a downfeed system. In high-rise buildings, when we talk about it, so you will be going for intermediate floors, which is with a separate tank, and which will be feeding the lower floors with gravity and the upper floors with the boosted pumping system. In such case, you can go for the respective floors. You can go for centralized hot water system. We have done for a 35-story building, not a very tall building, but still it's about 110 meter plus. So in which we had a plant room on each floor for serving the apartments in that floor with hot water, which was perfect because but there was a floor space which was compromised. So we had to just do that. And it's a very good system. Though it's a high-rise building, because of the pressure braking, which is already taken care, you can go for the respective floors, the hot water calorifiers, and which are small in size and which is very easily manageable. This is one of the things which I've done in a high-rise building. But typically, what happens is you need to go for either boilers on the lower level or intermediate level, and with calorifiers which are distributed in intermediate floors for serving the floors above and below. So in such cases, one of the main problem is the pressure balancing of the water until the fixture point. So we had a specific case which I'll just show where we had problem with the hot water, the pressure balancing on the return. So which is to be taken care in the location of the pressure balancing, the PRVs, which is to be taken care in on the risers as well as on the distribution lines. Then the next is the temperature balancing. Here again, there is a huge difference when it comes to the hot water return, which comes back to the calorifier, and also the time it takes for the tap off. In case of a long horizontal run and even vertical rises when they are long, and if you do not have sufficient hot water return, then at the delivery point it takes much longer, than what is desired. Particularly if you look at high-rise buildings with high quality the lifestyle and living, and also for hotels, 5-star hotels, when we talk about, they need hot water at about within 10 seconds. That's an acceptable time frame by which you need to get the hot water. The longer you take, it is going to it's a waste of energy, and also it's a discomfort which is not acceptable. So how you balance this temperature, that's another the point which needs to be taken care in high-rise buildings. Yeah, please, next slide. And if this temperature is not managed properly, you tend to get water, high temperature water returning to the cold water line, and there is a possibility for scalding. So this has to be avoided at all costs in high-rise buildings. There are the simple measures on the fixtures itself. You can have non-return valves on the cold water line to prevent any hot water returning into the cold water side and having any possibility for scalding. So this needs to be addressed in the high-rise buildings. Then the last one, which I'm talking about, is the Legionella stratification, because now the calorifiers which need to be maintained at 60 degrees centigrade at all times, because if it is not maintained, then you tend to have Legionella development. And how this is to be done is again by using this thermostatic mixing valves and running the return pump periodically, and to ensure that the boiler which is supplying the hot water or the direct heating the main calorifiers, it should be kept on, so that you maintain 60 degrees centigrade within the calorifier and on the supply. So this is also an issue which needs to be taken up and addressed during the design and during installation for Legionella, to avoid the Legionella development. So the main thing is the pressure rating of the equipment and the pressure zoning. This needs to be done, which has been covered on the cold water line, and the same thing applies to the hot water. We need to have intermediate floors wherein the calorifiers or the hot water, central hot water distribution, the equipment are kept, and ensure that the pressure rating of these, the vessels, the piping, the fittings, everything has to be taken care in the in the selection of the equipment and materials. Then the decision on the upfeed or downfeed and the plant room arrangement, this needs to be taken care. And the location of the PRVs and thermostatic valves. These are extremely important in terms of maintaining the pressures and the temperatures on the circuit. The other point, which one of the things which Suresh was just talking about, the expansion contraction compensation, or the piping arrangement and the support system and how it is to be taken care, that needs to be a proper study to be done, and you need to have the installation done on the risers. The proper, the contraction and the expansion contraction compensation needs to be addressed. Then one of the points which we just take care in high-rise buildings is to have maybe more number of risers internally and to minimize these horizontal runs. One is to minimize the heat loss, and to have this return water system kind of more efficiently done. Yeah, you can go to the next. Earlier days, the hot water return, the piping sizing, it used to be kind of, we have seen it, it has been just done randomly, but now we need to do the hot water, the return piping, the volumes and the heat loss, which is to be estimated correctly for sizing the piping as well as for the hot water return pump. This we had experienced in one of the projects on a high-rise project, wherein we had to go back and change the hot water, the return pump, because it was undersized, and we had been having serious problems in the water delivery, which was taking too long a time. And so in this, we need to have the right selection of the boilers as well as the calorifiers. The demand calculation, which is to be done in standards, as per the standards, and also as per like the standards which are defined by the different hotel operators. So we need to be careful about this. And in high-rise, this is a very critical point to take into consideration. Yeah, next slide, please. So this was a case study which we had done this, and the most of the points which I just talked about, we had faced in this particular building, and which we have resolved it by going for additional PRVs and also the changing the hot water return pumps to get the correct pressures and also the temperatures of the final outlet. Yeah, you can. Next one. Yeah. So that's it. I think I've covered the point which is related to the hot water system as a whole, and the issues what we have in terms of the pressures, the hot water returns, if it is not taken care, the related problems of what you have in high-rise. Yeah, next. So this is initially we did not have, this is during the initial tender design, this is what was installed, and we had not, I think we can go to the subsequent correction, what we have done. Next slide. We had to add the PRV stations in between on the risers to get the pressures within the 0.9 bar range, which was not existing in the original design. And that was that managed the pressure, and this is one of the things. And we had redone the calculation for the hot water return side and changed the pump, hot water return pump. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
So, Anbu, thank you very much. You have touched the subject in such a short time. Pressure balancing, temperature balancing, safeties in scalding, Legionella stratification, pressure rating importance. Most of the subjects have been touched, like the hot water demand calculations, the hot water return pipe, and hot water at time in hotels and everything. So thank you very much, Anbu. And I think it's a very, very valid subject in today's context. So let me open it for the panel for questions.
Anbu, can you just throw some light on the type of materials and the type of valves which are needed to be used? Because I think while the designs can be resolved, I think the challenge still seems to be the availability of material, and especially when it gets into the PPR, etc., with the temperature derating which is taking place at, see today 60 degree happened to be a very challenge, and I've seen you're mentioning about 70 degree occasionally. I mean, these are all challenges which I think on the practical front of it, from the FM side of it. Can you just throw some light on it?
See, earlier days, copper was used as a material which is for the hot water lines. And subsequently, if you look at it, most of the buildings, they are replacing copper because of the corrosion scaling and things which is one of the major issues. And many of the high-rise buildings, we have seen rises, the entire piping being changed from copper to a non-metallic pipe. So what is available? What is an alternative material? Traditionally, because of the PPR availability and which can withstand the temperatures and pressures, so people have been opting for PPR. But on the risers, you need to go for either stainless steel, because of the higher pressure which it can withstand. But nowadays, even PPR risers are being done. One of the problems what we had with PPR is that the inconsistent quality and the fittings which had been coming, they had extremely, though it's from the same manufacturer, we had issues with the fittings cracking, and we had quite a few leaks because of these. I would say it's not the material itself, but the spurious and plenty of materials which have come into the market, which has damaged the reputation of PPR. So what is the alternative to PPR? You need to go for more expensive materials in terms of ABS, high quality PVC, or which may be more expensive. So people are still tending to PPR, to choosing PPR as an option because of the cost. And within the rings, which within the you go for Pexalpex, which is it's a multi-layered piping which is used for the hot water lines. And the final drops, people have been using the PEX pipes in pipe system so that you can replace it. So this is broadly, I mean, like the materials, yes, currently PPR is being taken as one of the safe option, I would say. Other options could be the more expensive ones. So even as a contract, even if we specify something, sometimes as consultants, we put in materials and people come back and say an alternative material which is going to be cheaper. I mean, because which has been broadly accepted. And the failures, in my opinion, have been mainly due to the, I would say, wrong sizing, could be because when you talk about the OD, ID, and the nominal thickness, people tend to use the wrong pipe sizes, which can cause the other issues in the selection of the material. So currently, the way we are looking at in many of the high-rise buildings also is that PPR for hot water lines is being considered as a safe option. Maybe Mr. Sandeep, Mahendra, yeah, you're muted.
On the material side of it, Mr.
Yeah,
Amru?
Sandeep. Yeah.
Yeah, on the material side of it, for buildings which are central hot water, generally we face in India, most of them are hotels. Residential buildings in India are not central hot water, as well as hospitals are not tall in India. Because our hospital limitations are 30 to 45 meters. So on hotel buildings, like we are doing in one in Sri Lanka, Colombo, the height is 230 meters. There we are using stainless steel risers because we need to provide the right type of joints for the hot water. And there is where we have to make a informed judgment because a plastic pipe has lesser pressure rating on higher temperatures. So one has to take, I think a value engineering approach has to be done, that you have to use the size of the nail, what it requires at what location. So maybe the riser works out very well. And I am very careful about the hot water return head pump pressures. So when you have a very tall building, and if you do not specify, Mr. Rajiv's expertise lies in the pumping segment, if the volute of the pump is not good to receive the high head pressures from the static of the building, you may have problems within the volute of the pump as well. So one has to be careful that the pump heads are not very high in return, but the volute head pressure is pretty high.
I will also see. I have an objection to use any of the plastic piping for large hot water return pumps.
That's right. That's right.
It would work because generally this PPR or CPVC, a continued temperature of 70 degrees, 60 degrees, they don't work. They tend to leak. The life is very, very, very less. It gets reduced. The 50 years what they give in the catalog is not applicable.
Still, we are generally at about 50 meters, 45 meters.
Best material, because in a hot water piping, you don't chlorinate the pipe water. When it goes to the boilers, you take off the chlorination, it goes into the softeners. So the copper piping should not get corroded. If the hot water system is properly designed, and never go for PPR, Suresh, with a large return piping. Copper is the best and cost effective compared to stainless steel.
But copper is being replaced. I mean, we have seen in almost many.
This is what I'm telling. The reason copper is getting replaced is because of chlorine.
And air entering into the system.
Most of the hotels, they're putting the chlorine, but this has to be dechlorinated. You need to have filters before going into the boiler. You don't need to chlorinate hot water.
That's right.
That's the reason you use 60 degrees, legionally this thing.
It's good, two sides of the coin. Firas, I think you wanted to say something on this.
Yes, actually, I need to talk about the water material have corrosive inside the water. If the water don't have oxygen inside the water, starting sharing the oxygen through the material. If you use plastic or PPR materials, it will not corrode the pipe, or use it any material, stainless steel or copper. If your waters, like Dubai waters, it's very high corrosive. To maintain this is material or waters have to add some chemical inside the water to avoiding corrosion within the pipe. And this is material is very expensive. Why we need use PPR to avoiding any corrosion within the pipe? Okay, fine. We can use the stainless steel pipe in the hotel industry only, or vertical pipe continuously use the water. If the water is snagged in within the waters or like closed loop, the pipe will corrode it 100% if you not added the chemical. This is corrosive of the waters is very, very important, not hardness. I'm talking about corrosive water. It's coming as a oil. If you're touching the water, it's coming like as oil. This is corrosive of the water. Make it water analysis for the waters. Check how much the water corrosive. After that, you can select which type of the pipe I need use. Another issue now in the technology and the pipe, you have HDPE pipe, can use it for hot waters, or you multi-layer pipe. Multi-layer pipe can reach until 9 bar at 100 degrees. Now in Italy can use this multi-layer pipe, or in Saudi Arabia now, metal pipe with PVC coating. It's available now in the market.
I like to ask one question to the panelist. There is a technology which has come in. I came across the catalog. I have never used it. It's known as hydroflow. It decomposes the calcium carbonate that forms the scale in the pipeline through transmission only, and breaks the calcium carbonate, and all the calcium carbonate that is formed, it get descaled, and it comes out from the open water tap or any other outlet. Have you come across to this technology ever? Or you can check the YouTube also. Somebody came to me with this technology. I have never used it, and I want to ask from the panelist. It is a UK based company who have just come in India.
I've not come across, sir.
Okay, it's good. It's commercially viable. I see some benefit of
It's a hydro. It's a name of the company. It is a technology of that company.
You can share the link. We'll definitely have a look at it.
Yeah, I will share. I'm sharing that link in the group just now.
I would like to welcome two lead MEP consultants from India. We have Mahendra MKG, MK Gupta, who is also our board member of Indian Plumbing Skills Council. Welcome, MKG, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, Rajiv, I have a question.
Let me just finish 1 second. Yes, I was just coming to you. The second MEP consultant I was going to welcome was Mr. BSA Narayan from Maple. So welcome to both of you, and over to you, BSA.
Yeah, I have a question to Mr. Anbu. Especially during the design of hot water supply system, a typical example, like I have a 45-story building, and we have the equipment on the terrace level. It's all heat pump and all those things. So we have downtakes, and then we have made zones, and there is around 7 zones totally. So all the zones are supplied with hot water supply line, and then the return goes and joins to the reverse return. And that reverse returns goes back to the terrace level with a circulation pump during, well-designed circulation pump. So the question is here, when we connect all the zones, the hot water return lines to a common reverse return, which is going to the circulation pump, do you need any additional pumps at each zone level? Or if we design properly with pressure balancing valves and all those things, and can we do away with all the zone level circulation pumps, and we'll have a one circulation pump?
First thing is that, when you're connecting 45 flows with a single hot water return pump, that itself is going to be a challenge. I mean, so even though you have your different zones, the heat loss, even in the risers, it's a substantial quantity. And the other point, which I think Mr. Sandeep also was touching upon it, to reduce the head as much as possible on the return pump. Because now in this particular case, what happens is that you need to compensate the heat loss for all the 7 zones, and your return is going to be, though you have a reverse return pipe, that is actually equalizing the pressures on the on the return lines, but still the water volume, it is going to be substantial, and having more pumps, and then again to have controls on how they are going to operate is going to be more complex.
Big challenge.
Yeah. So instead of that, since the system what you've got is a single pump from the top, and the return is going to, you need to take it back all the way up. So the only way is to have the volume, it's going to be a huge pump. Normally the return pumps are supposed to be small ones, but in this case, you will be having a huge pump, and also the, I would say the head also is going to be increased to handle all the pressure drops on the 7 risers. So, yeah.
No, actually, Mr. Anbu, at each zone level, when the return line connect to the reverse return, we will have a flow and pressure balancing valves. So at every level, we balance the pressure and then balance the flow. Of course, the flow will be very almost constant, and then the pressure, say for example, if I want a pressure of 2 bars at or 2 kg per centimeter square at the return line, I'll balance at every zone level, and then the constant pressure, and we keep increasing as we go up and up, the upper zones, so that at the terrace level, the pressure in the reverse return line will be not more than 2.5 to 3 bar pressure.
Yeah.
And then the pipe sizes will be calculated as per the flow. So I feel this works, and then we
No,
have
it works. I mean, as I said, the volume, but the volume of water, the return water is going to be substantial because handling all the 7
zones.
So that is the challenge, because, and how long this pump is going to operate. I mean, are you going to have thermostatic mixing valves? The operation of these pumps, how you are going to control it. So
yeah, it will be with the, each level we have thermostatic valves at each user's point, and then that will be on the flow switch and then the pressure switch operated pumps
on the header
at the top of the floor. So that will, as the flow is there, it will operate for a fixed time, and then it will switch off and all those things.
Fine. Since you are having, yeah.
Some
Rajiv, can I?
They were arguing.
Rajiv, can I?
Sorry.
Rajiv?
Yes.
Can I take 1 minute?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You see that I must congratulate one thing, that this hot water topic, especially in high-rise building, is really a very pertinent topic, because most of the people they do it by going to thumb rules or something like that. This is very, very important, that what has been said by speakers, that we should implement certain design standards. In India, what we find out, the selection of the material is a very, very important thing. We used to use copper pipe, as one of the learned speaker has said, but because of the cost and the fittings and certain problems, right, it is shifted to the PPR pipe about 10-15 years back. But the PPR pipe quality, I tell you that that 90% at the joint start giving up, and that it was discouraged. After that, this CPVC pipe, because GI pipe, which some people were using, got corroded. Now CPVC pipe is another material which is mostly used now in India. But again, the temperature, I mean, if it goes more than 70 degrees centigrade, then the whole joint start, giving up, So I think that maintenance of temperature, and then again, you see that the selection of the material is very important to maintain the harmony between the things there, Still, the selection of the material in India is a big question, let me tell you at the moment, and we need to address that thing there.
I think at this stage, Anbu, I think we'll have to stop this discussion here. And I think this subject is so interesting, we should have another session, I think, with the learned people, because hot water return is a big issue. I promise the viewers that we will be having another session shortly. Now we go into Firas Al-Nijar. He is a specialist in Middle East markets for plumbing. So the subject is apt for him, which is risk analysis in plumbing systems. As always, our sessions are interesting, so we are overshooting the time. My mobile is flooded with message from Sona. Over to you, Firas.
Rajiv, I need to share the screen, please.
Sonam.
I think everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Make it full screen.
Yes. This is design criteria and system risk analysis. Design criteria between different subjects. You have typical floor residential, as shown in the pictures. This is normal design for any building, typical floor, shaft, continuity roof. And we have building mixed use with hospitality building in the middle, as shown in the pictures. This is very difficult to use it, the MEP network within this type of this building. Challenging
design of vertical pipe installation and material, continuity of shaft till roof to accommodate drainage pipe. Like type of this is building, it's very difficult to create shaft within this is building. Distribution of water supply network, transfer domestic water pipe or vertical pipe, pipe stress analysis and installation for expansion, contraction, and dilation of the pipe. Now, this is screen photo. We have absolute methods. It's passed from Dubai or the technologies, loop, expansion loop or expansion joint within the vertical pipe, installation within the riser. Now in the technologies, we have clamp riser with spring floor by floor. You can install the vertical pipe only with this is clamp. Don't use anchor support or clamp within the running pipe in the riser. Only clamp riser to avoiding stress analysis, stress the pipe or expansion the pipe during passing the hot water within the pipe surfacing inside. Material, pipe material, and type of fittings for the riser, especially for high rising, always use stainless steel pipe, groove type, and fittings till BRV stations, as this is type of pipe to avoiding expansion, contraction, and deflation up and down. Pressure reducer valve installation, we have seen a lot of engineering design, location of the BRV station strongly as shown and the line here. I see a lot of drawing coming to me from the engineering designing install BRV within the vertical pipe to maintain the pressure within the vertical pipe. It's completely high risk to maintain the pressure. Another installation, it's also risky. One BRV surfacing 3 floor. And this is to type, both of them, this is have to use pilot type BRV. And this is not direct acting and will not maintain the pressure properly in the high capacity. Recommended solutions, use floor by floor BRV stations to maintain the pressures and direct acting pressure reducer valve. Don't design the BRV bypass installation valve assembly, because if you open the valve, you maintain the pressure both sides and will make it big issues in the fixtures in the kitchen and bathroom, broken water heater, everything. Always use dual or single BRV stations for the branch floor to floors. How I can accommodate the drainage pipe in the shaft. How I can give design relaxation to architect drawing during changing of layout. Sometimes we have hotel part and end of the floors of the hotels coming ballroom or restaurant, and we found our shaft during the hotels. I cannot continue to roof to pass the drainage pipe. My recommendation from day one of the project, use the core of the building. Take it relaxation to connect all the vertical, horizontal run pipe and the vertical pipe. Found solution for these cases below. If water flood in the floor or in the main corridors. If the 6-inch water pipe broken within the floor, if the hose reel or firefighting system is activated. Question: what is hose this activity happened in the high-rise building? There will be a lot of damages in the lift, ceiling, light, wall vent, etc. because of water. Solutions: to avoiding any water going through lift, shaft, or staircase, slope level, floor level corridors to garbage room, as shown in the pictures. Create 6-inch floor drain in the garbage room, as shown in the picture. Cut the garbage room door 3 cm from bottom to allow water go through the door. Using metal pipe or cast iron pipe only for this is floor drain. Why? I give you our experience during big fire happened in the Dubai here during New Year, 1 New Year. We found all the pipe, PVC pipe, it's melted. During this is fire, the PVC pipe will be melted because of heat. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you very much, Firas. Thank you very much, Firas.
Thank you, Rajiv.
Well covered pipe stress analysis, pipe materials and types of fittings, PRVs, location of drain pipes. Just for the information of MKG and BSN Narayan, if you remember the project you visited in Dubai during our World Plumbing, the address Skyview, where you were all impressed with the design, that has been done by Mr. Mahendra and Mr. Firas. And the project is completed and the whole building is running now for the last 1 year. Just to recap on your memory.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it's been.
Congrats.
Okay. I think we'll address the questions towards the end of the session because of the timings. Now we have taken care of all the water, everything inside the building, the pressures, everything is covered. Now comes the challenge on taking the hot water out, the wastewater, the soil waste and everything, the drainage solutions. May I now invite Sandeep Goyal to touch this subject.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv. I hope my slides are visible.
Slides is visible.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. I think it's a great opportunity. Different geographical locations, we all are sitting, collaborating. And in fact, I should compliment the IPSC team. Actually, this is a 5-subject webinar. Water supply, hot water, drainage, risk, execution. All of this multi-starrer, movie has been brought into one package of 1.5 hours. And I think this is where IPSC comes, where they not only talk about skilling the plumbers, but they're talking about skilling the professionals. When you have senior colleagues like Mr. Narayan and Mr. MKG also having their questions put to this panel, it only means that the professionals are also gaining so much of, they are also getting skilled through this reach. And that's, I think, the uniqueness that from plumbers to professionals, the opportunities for everybody here. Starting on it, before I really start on the drainage part of it, I would like to just talk about the hot water for 5 seconds. Most of the times people do not understand thermostats very well. And if a thermostat is like a, it's like a, car with an ABS as well as with all kind of airbags and all kind of systems provided. If the consultants make mistakes in their design planning, the thermostats will never give you the kind of efficiency which they are provided for. So possibly we can talk something about thermostats in future, because that's another topic of interest. If we are able to handle it properly, it will give you the right results. So that's something which we can look at as our future planning. One of the other webinars we can talk about. Today, talking about the plumbing systems in high-rise. While water has been talked about in great detail, one of the things which I feel personally is kind of ignored by many designers or the end users, contractors, is the drainage part of it. So I'll just cover quickly 1 minute in all the 5-4 topics. Terminal velocity, stack sizing, vent sizing, horizontal transfers, and rainwater. Now, all of these 5 subjects are very critical if you talk about high rises, So most of the people would focus about water supply, zonings, pressures, minimum pressure 20 psi, maximum pressure 80 psi, and the provisions of the PRVs. But now let's get into the part of working on the drainage part of it. So on a drainage pipe, Mr. Narayan is also one of, he is the chairman of the National Building Code of India Part 9 2016. And all of us worked together along with Mr. MKG, myself, and some of the other colleagues, Mr. Vinay Gupta. We tried to work on the National Building Code, where we have included the concept of educating the reader about the planning only, the designing of the drainage pipe. If you read most of the codes, they do not teach you designing. In this case, a lot of stakeholders from IPSC were part of the NBC, and a lot of detail has been provided. So the drainage design, basically, it acts like a college graduation, engineering book, which actually explains how the water goes to the periphery of the stack, and the center is the air core. Now, when this water is accelerating, then we call it something like a terminal velocity, where beyond a certain point of time, the sheet remains unchanged in thickness, and it goes up to the bottom of the stack without having the increase in the velocity. Now, there is a certain distance beyond which there is a terminal velocity which is attained, which is predominantly to do with the gravitational forces and other aspects. So once the terminal velocity is attained in a vertical stack, your flow of the water or the liquid is in the pipe wall. The center has the air core. The vertical to horizontal header has something which we call as hydraulic jumps in hydraulics. So we do not really consider that to be a high pressure terminal connection. The point over here is, the most important thing to realize is, when the liquid transforms its position from a vertical profile to a horizontal profile, we do not experience a typical pressure, what we would think of in a typical water supply system, which is governed by the static head of the water flow. Here, because the water is this drainage has already reached terminal velocity, you don't experience pressure, but what you experience is a hydraulic jump. That means a jump beyond which the liquid backflows into the vertical section. Now that jump is classified as 8 feet, 2.4 meters. So 2.4 meters, what you see on the vertical and the horizontal profile, are the most critical zones where the hydraulic jump is tremendously experienced. So what the code recommends is that in a high-rise building, if you have that scenario, these zones are your no-go zones. That means, technically speaking, you cannot connect any of your connections within the profile of 8 feet from a vertical to horizontal transverse, which is happening. So if you really look at a profile like this, you have got a vertical downtake and you have got a horizontal transverse. So once you are doing a vertical to horizontal transverse, you also have to look at how do you size the horizontal transverse to cater for the multiple shafts. So one of the hotels which we do in a high-rise building, if you have got one vertical stack coming down and there is another vertical stack which is coming down, and there are multiple of them happening, as you can possibly not be able to see in this picture right now, but the pipe is going longer. So you have to be careful about connections at the stack level, and also to size this network of pipe which is collecting majority of your vertical stacks. So now this is an engineered approach in a high-rise building, because most of the shafts are not in continuation, and we discontinue the shaft by providing a service flow transfer approach. So once you have a service flow transfer approach, one has to be conscious about the connections to the vertical stack and also the sizing of the horizontal pipeline. Another subject which is very essentially to be dealt is the vent pipe. Most of consultants, designers, professionals, we do not realize that as the building height is going up, you will have challenges if your pipe of the vent size is not engineered. So you have to engineer it properly so that the gases are able to also exit from the top of the building, because that is where, if you do not pay attention, your pipe can become undersized, leading to accumulation of the methane gas and therefore a possible explosion as well. And also the smell nuisance which will go around the building, you would wonder what is happening. But the problem is, if you have not engineered your vent correctly, you will have smell issues with the project, because your vents are not adequately sized to the height of the building for the dissemination of the waste nuisance, the smell which is going to be there generating from the discharge of the soil and waste. So another point is vent sizing. Rainwater pipes are another important areas of design in a high rise. The roof areas are not very large, so you can also look at siphonic drainage system. But in our design, we always prefer for the rainwater not to be inside the building, but the architect has to work smart in ensuring that the rainwater downtakes should be planned in such a way that they don't come into the core of the building. So there has to be an articulated approach, because any pipe which comes in the middle of the banquet hall through a vertical pipeline, and if there is a problem there, it is uncontrollable scenario at 3 a.m. in the morning when it is raining heavily and the pipe breaks, or if there is a party going on, you can imagine it is beyond anybody's control to close that rainwater inrush into that public area. So that's why another important thing is that rainwater's roofs are smaller, but they could be a big trouble if they break inside the vertical profile of the building. And last but not the least, we always try to innovate without a strong foothold of codes and compliances. I meet many consultants, and when I see drawings like this, they always give a smile to my face when they say, Mr. Goel, we have planned to do innovation by providing velocity breaker. And I keep asking them, can you tell me any code in the world which prescribes the layout of a velocity breaker? And believe you me, I get drawings like this from many other consultants, colleagues, friends, innovating and trying to come out with solutions which probably never have a problem at all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sandeep. Touching soil waste when rainwater harvesting and concluding with velocity breaker. I think that's an evolution today. Finally, we go to Sandeep Roy Chowdhury. He will be talking on a simple but very relevant subject, construction challenges in the MEP sector. And after his session, we would be having a question answer session and a discussion and the conclusions. For the information of the panel, we have about 400 people logged on through different channels, multimedia, Fiki Bike, etc., etc. So you are in midst of a good viewership. Thank you. Over to Sandeep Roy Chowdhury.
Thank you, Rajiv. As Mr. Sandeep Goel said, that skilling never ends, and really skilling never ends. Till the last day of our life, we will be getting skilled. And as I come from the Sonam, will you please share the slide? As I told that I come from a construction company and I head that company who is in contracting. So I will touch upon some points why and the challenges in high-rise building. Material handling is first point, manpower. And manpower, we'll start with material handling. That material handling needs to be well planned in advance. Location and access of the store is very important, and this is going to be dictate the ease of handling in terms of receiving, storing, and distribution. Circulation plan should be easy and simple. Logistic, including lifting arrangement, should be adequate to facilitate the transport of material in minimum time and manpower involvement. Accurate and precise day-to-day requirement should be well documented. The person responsible for material handling should not overlook the slightest material, because you can understand that in a tall building, if somebody goes up and the material he does not carry, the requisite material, and he cannot come back. He can come back, but it will be a waste of time and energy. And then I touch upon manpower mobility. Sonam, can you go to manpower mobility, please? We have finished material handling. Manpower mobility. Availability of passenger hoist is must for full utilization of manpower in high-rise building. Number of hoists should be adequate depending on the scale of the project. And now I go to the access next. Sonam. Proper and easy access to working areas is a must and should be accessible at any point of time during and even after completion of installation. There should be arrangement to access not only the internal shaft, even the shafts that are accessible from the external face of the building. It is possible, if possible, access should be avoided for external facade. The size of shaft and arrangement of the services should be so planned that the workability be trouble-free. Next slide, please. Installation. This is most important part because at the end of the day, this is going to determine the class and reputation of the company. Installation should be easy, accurate, and flawless. I just want to share you some of the installation challenges which I have. The finish level of the flooring in toilet should be well coordinated to keep the soil line outlet. Otherwise, the height of the WC will not be proper. If there is a mismatch, and lot of rework need to be done after installation and finishing. The installation work should be properly tested, both the water and waste line installation progressively, even before the final testing and commissioning to make the commissioning process smooth. Quality control. Sonam, this particular is equally important for all sort of projects. Each step of installation should be documented. We must insist test certificate of all the materials used for high value mechanical items. Inspection in factory is preferred to check the performance as per the datasheet approved by the consultant. The construction team should undergo an orientation program that how their little mistake can be a big quality issues. It is important that the company should depute an independent quality assurance team on regular interval, and they should be independent of project team. Quality is the outcome of everyone's equal participation. Safety. Human life is precious, as we all know. That anything else on the earth. So safety is equally important for any kind of project, irrespective of its nature, size, or standard. But when we are talking about high-rise, safety becomes most critical. I would advise everybody to use fire sealant when the pipe pierces the wall, because during fire, it isolates the area and makes the building safe. Safety is a matter which cannot be achieved until and unless all stakeholders take it with most importance. Generally, it should come from top management. Workers should be made aware of the benefit of the which they normally consider as an additional burden. The workforce should go through checkup of health parameters before they are allowed to start work. Next slide is damage during construction. We often found that because of lack of synergy among the various agencies involved in the project, many things happen which could have been avoided. Adapting BEAM technology can synchronize the installation steps, and which can be planned beforehand and can mitigate the clash points of other services. In case of plumbing, this lack of synchronization is a big problem if not addressed beforehand. We find that after completing the pipeline in the toilet, tested and handed over to the next sequence of job, the tiler or other finishing worker comes in and during his work, punctures the line. The plumbers come at the end of the project, fix the fixtures, and commissioned, it starts producing damp in adjacent wall or ceiling, which costs money and time. We should be more careful not only to protect our own work, but also to work done by the other agencies. Generally, we pipelines and secured the open end with help of cap or masking tape. The part of the conceals flush tank and inner body of the diverter also been fixed beforehand. There are protectors with each such fittings and fixtures. But in many cases, when we go to fix the fixtures finally, we find that the cap or the protector are missing, keeping the end of the pipe or fittings open, and there are enough foreign materials inside that inside, damaging the installation. Most of the time, it costs while removing the tiles to rectify the installation. Next is maintenance. This can be the nightmare for installer or the person responsible for the same if the whole thing is not well planned. Access to place is must at any point of time and should be free from all dependency. All should have an access door which should not be blocked under any circumstances. The developer must have a clear agreement stating that the access door cannot be touched under any circumstances. To my experience, I find most of the time for beautification, these are blocked, and this happens more often in the premium projects where the owners care more about the look of his apartment rather than engineering. And it must be remembered that you must obey the traffic rule, whether you own a car costing 5 lakhs or 5 crores, the rule is same for everyone. The next matter that we often face is clogging. Just before commissioning or after the building is commissioned. In the first case, we find that the people try to drain out construction slurry to wooden pieces, which subsequently solidifies and choke the line. This is to be avoided as far as possible. The occupants in such housing should also be made aware of the danger of throwing all kind of waste into pipelines. Presence of accurate as-built drawing is essential. This is very much important because the person who have built it and the person operating or maintaining it afterwards are most likely to be different. And finally, I come to my conclusion. It is very important to synergize all the activities and multifold logistic of material and manpower, including the planning from the very inception of the project for smooth and trouble-free implementation. Rajiv, I think I am within my time.
Perfect, Sandeep. Actually, thank you very much. And very well handled, from material handling to manpower to accessibility to installation to quality control to damages to maintenance. Thank you very much. We have 10 minutes where we can take any questions and then we move to the conclusions. So any questions? I see many questions here. I find many people from yesterday's panel discussion, architects versus MEP consultants here. Welcome. Thank you very much.
Rajiv, I need open topic. This is a grease separator within the bridge that between two towers. So always, the bridge coming as a restaurant or a swimming pool, or in the pool deck have a restaurant. Please implement grease separator or free adore grease separator, automatic grease separator within this bridge, and discharge water pipe pump to sewer network.
Thank you. Any other questions, anybody? The panelists, would you like to say something to each other?
Mr. Firaz, I would like to know from you, when you say you are using groove fittings for stainless steel pipes, I find challenging for the pipe material to be suited for groove fitting with respect to manufacturing. I am finding it very challenging unless until I really. So on the groove fitting, what piping material is available from any international supplier?
We have a lot of supplier China market or from Russian. It's stainless steel pipe 316L. It's casual 40 and casual 80. It's available in the market.
You don't get anything from Vega, or you don't get anything from any of the reputed manufacturers on the groove fitting?
In time being, I'm not in mind, but I can provide it to Rajiv, or I can, if you share your email, I can send it to all.
I think Mahendra has something.
Here.
Mahendra has something.
Okay.
See, the stainless steel groove fittings, they have to be, you can't use the firefighting groove fitting for the stainless steel.
That's right. That's right.
Victaulic has a special range of fittings to use on stainless steel. And right from Schedule 10, you can groove them, roll groove the pipes. Any stainless steel, Schedule A, STM, Schedule 10 pipes, Schedule 20 is like a Schedule 40, 80, depending on what pressure ratings you need, you can use. Riser pipe work. A Schedule 10 pipe a 4 inches can take up to 35 bar with a properly engineered groove fitting.
Okay, we'll try to understand further about the availability of them. Thank you.
And the vitrolic pipes fittings are available in India, no, Mahendra, sir?
Vitrolic is available in India. There are other makes are also coming up with...
I remember from Pune, somebody was there. We once looked at it.
Fittings, especially the couplings, they are again ductile iron. No need to go for a stainless steel grooved coupling.
No, metallic couplings are available in India.
They have to be cast stainless steel.
Sorry, metallic couplings are available in India. We are using it in so many projects.
Who is speaking this?
Mr. MKG.
Here.
Mr. MKG. We are using Victolic a lot on fire, but not exactly on water and water supply.
On stainless steel, you can use on copper also.
Yeah, that's right.
Copper piping 108 and 159 mm. When you go to table X, when you try to braze it, it gets annealed, and pressure rating for 159 mm pipe falls down to 10 bar. You can never use it on a riser. So by using a grooved couplers or grooved fittings of copper, you can maintain the hard drawn pressure rating of 15.6 bar.
Great. Any other questions?
Rajiv?
Yes.
Just adding on very presentation on Sandeep regarding the, when you put diverters into the wall, I'm just talking about as a bath fitting manufacturer. Yes, we used to have a lot of these problems earlier. Which used to cover the chrome platings. Now, what normally all the diverters are coming is they're fully sealed in a box. They're all covered. I can just show you that what we all covered. Number one. Number two, Sandeep, another issue that we used to find is that when the round flange, it was fine. When people are using a rectangular plates, it should come off-centric. So what we do is now every box, we give them a spirit level. So that, when it's fixed absolutely straight. And it doesn't give you a problem. Second goes your wall-mounted mixers. They will try and give you two spirit levels, one on the front and one on the side. So there is not even, either way, there is no problem. So the flange will be absolutely perfect. And we need to take a lot of preventive measures instead of then fixing and taking out the product and then moving it, fixing it. So
right.
As for what Mr. Sandeep Goel talked about thermostat mixers, yes, we would like to have one individual session because thermostat mixers were not used in India as much, but now is being used very, very extensively. And we have seen a couple of problems at certain places because of design issues. There has been a lot of issues in the functioning of the thermostat mixers. Probably Sandeep, if you can have a topic on this.
I think yes, Vinay, because we're getting close to the time now. We have 5 minutes for the next session. So I think there's some questions from Chintan also. Thank you, Vinay, for this. I think we'll have a session on this, plus vent valves, plus TPR valves, plus vacuum breakers. There's questions from Chintan said. I think this session has helped us to analyze the need of practical courses like this, practical interactions between the MEP consultants and the contractors. I have time for one more question.
So slightly non-technical, well, I don't know, something that
you are asking, my God, I hope it's...
I don't know whether it'll be the appropriate question or not, but when, are there similar tensions and challenges when we're designing a 600-meter tall building or designing designing and building 600 villas? I'm sure there would be differences, but are there similar ones as well?
There are no tensions, Varun, there's only excitement.
The pressures, Firaz and Mahendra, would you like to comment on that?
The challenges on the mega towers definitely different because the building itself sways.
So, anything to comment?
Rajiv, I can.
like Mr. Firas said, take everything into the central core. Way would be the minimum.
Rajiv, can I say something?
Yes, please.
Yeah, the challenges are, the practically design challenges are same, but then application is slightly different. When you go for a vertical high rise, Varun, there will be a different challenge. And when you go for a horizontal spread up, there is equally a challenge in that also. So, like pressure balancing and distribution, complete distribution system and all those things. So, to answer Varun's question, in both the cases, challengings will be there, but there is no pressure or something. It's allowed to, you need to, you have to take that as a challenge and then allowed to do the things, allowed to do the design.
Great.
One question, I think,
Yeah.
Rajiv Saab, I just don't want to miss it. One of the questions Mr. Srihari has asked, how does the terminal velocity change with the building height? Does it keep increasing with building height? The answer to that is no. The terminal velocity beyond a height of the building does not change. It becomes constant because of the friction of the water which flows in the pipeline versus the gravitational flow. If you do a little bit more research on hydraulics, you will get an answer is no. Anything which you further need, IPSC will be glad to supplement replies.
What happened to Burj Khalifa?
Rajiv, I'm sorry, just I'll take half a second. Terminal velocity will be attained in a vertical riser pipe, approximately, within 2 to 3 floors, depending on the size of the pipe, whether it is 4 inches, 6 inches, or something like that. The terminal velocity will be attained in between the 2 to 3 floors. When it attains the terminal velocity, and that will be constant till the last floor, where I think Mr. Sandeep Goyal has shown a sketch, which is very clear. So it will never change. Terminal. There was a very, very basic question wherever you go and present this kind of things. Oh, during a 40-story building, you need to have a pipe. It will not break at the bottom and all those things. It will never. That's a myth. It will never break. It will never deviate from its path. The velocity is same. It's constant.
Thank you, BSA. I think it's time for us to conclude now. The objective of this Plumb Expo plus all the sessions is conclusions. We had our Indo-UAE roundtable. We had conclusions. As I told before, yesterday we had the MEP versus consultants. Arguments were fierce. The panelists are here. The conclusion is simple. We didn't reach a conclusion. But the conclusion by the moderator, which I'm reading here, is we must build the timeless way. Architecture must be focused on being local and the process driven by a collaborative approach to bonding between architects and consultants. Sustainability must be intrinsic to the nature of the existentialism. The future is architectural engineering. So that was the conclusion of yesterday. Today we had sessions with the think tanks of the industry, the professionals, and I think this is the starting of many similar sessions in Middle East and in India, and to have a club of the design think tanks, be it consultants, be it project managers, be it contractors, to ensure a good global plumbing educational forum. Today we started the session with Mr. Mahendra talking on the upfeed and the downfeed, where he connected the selection, the aspects of water hammer, the effective start and stop. And then downfeed is just the importance that it shouldn't be more than 5 bar, suitable PRVs, and avoiding VF and advocating VFDs. There should be a knowledge sharing. Mr. Anbu touched the subject of hot water return in high-rise buildings, where we touch pressure balancing, temperature balancing, the Legionella certification, the pressure rating importance, the expansion and contractions, and many other challenge of ensuring constant hot water supply, especially in hotels and hospitals. Firas touched on the subject of risk analysis, where he stressed on pipe stress analysis, pipe materials and type of fittings, PRV, and the location of vertical drainage pipes and water flooding, with some very good presentations. Sandeep Goyal very efficiently took us through soil, waste, vent, and rainwater, and Sandeep Roy Chowdhury presented the construction challenges. material handling, manpower, accessibility, installation, quality control, damages, and maintenance. So I think in totality, the session was very well done, very well handled, and the experts have done a phenomenal job. With this, I would like to thank you, and I would like to have the concluding remark from Mr. R.K. Somani, our mentor, and he has a throat problem. I'm sorry. So I will pass it on to Mr. Vinay Gupta for 1 minute for a conclusion.
Thank you, Rajiv. An excellent session, and couldn't be better. And so many interesting topics have come out of it. And I feel we should have a bit more often and very regular such kind of meets, which will be very, very good for the industry. And we would also want the consultants from the Middle East other to be on our IPSC advisory council that we have got, and it will be a great learning from all of you together. Thank you so much, and sincere thanks to all the panelists today. Thanks, Rajiv.
Thank you very much, one and all. It was a big challenge to get you all under one roof. We had a lot of meetings. And finally, thank you very much, because everybody has accepted the invitation, took time to be with us on holidays in the Middle East, and to the panelists from India. Thank you, IPSC. Thank you, Fiki, for giving me opportunity for organizing this international seminars. Thank you. Good day. We'll send you the conclusions by mail.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you all.
Panelists can say one word and before we close. Sonam has said 1 more minute.
Thank you, Sona. Thank you very much for managing us all well.
Anbu? Firas?
Thank you very much.
Perfect. So I'm exiting this forum. Thank you very much. God bless.
भारतीय उत्पादों को खरीदने वाले हर एक कस्टमर का दिल भी जीतना। हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स क्वालिटी में जितने बेहतर होंगे उतनी ही ताकत देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को मिलेगी।
बहुत मजबूत नींव स्किल इंडिया मिशन की इस देश में पड़ी है। भारत के इन प्रयत्नों पर भारत के अंदर और भारत के बाहर लोगों का आकर्षण बढ़ा है। रोजगार और उद्यम की सारी संभावनाएं यदि आज बनी हुई हैं तो उसमें स्किल इंडिया डिपार्टमेंट से, स्किल इंडिया मिशन से भी उनका सीधा नाता है।
Hello everyone, a very warm welcome to everyone present here. I, Nikita Verma, Chief in Ideation at Ethos, warmly extend my gratitude and welcome to all the dignitaries and our esteemed panelists to the Plumb Skills Expo 2021. Today's panel discussion deliberates on the topic of innovation and sustainability of ecosystem of vocational training. Without much ado, let me introduce our moderator and chairperson of this session, Mr. Baljit Sopti. He is the MD of Systems Tech India and as well as Virtual SaaS Private Limited. An alumni of St. Columba's, Delhi, as well as Sri Ram College of Commerce, he joined the DCM Group in 1978, soon rising to be part of the senior management. He then set course as an entrepreneur in early 80s and over the years set up a diversified group into manufacturing, trading, skill development, and software services. He is a trustee of 2 charitable trusts working on specially able children and the girl child. He sits on the board of several companies as an independent director, spanning across a variety of industries. He is an active member of several associations and also such as the Indo-American Chamber, the Indo-German Chamber, ASP, FICCI, ASOCAM, amongst others. Briefly mentioning the panelists for today, Mr. Utpal Santra from MN Consultants, Mr. Tarun Girdhar from Metal, Mr. Jagdish Acharya, and Ms. Gayatri Vasudevan from LaborNet. Mr. Sopti, I'll let you do the detailed introductions and take over for the day. Mr. Sopti, over to you.
Yeah, I was on mute. My apologies.
No worries.
All right. Thank you very much, Nikita, for your brief introduction of the panelists. I think I would like to, because each one of the panelists is extremely eminent in his or her own capacity, covering the 4 pillars of the skilling ecosystem, that is the training partners, the assessment partners, the sector civil council, as well as the end users. First, I'm only reading with no gender bias what has been presented to me in the order in which it has come. Dr. Gayatri Vasudevan, who is the Executive Vice Chairperson of LaborNet. As I could see, Dr. Gayatri Vasudevan is an extremely influential person in the skilling industry. And in fact, she was cited as one of the top 50 women in business by Business Today. And she was also awarded the Entrepreneur of the Year in Social Business category by Forbes India. She's done her BA Economics Honors from Delhi University, Masters in Social Work from the University of Mumbai, and has attained a Doctorate in Developmental Studies from Institute of Social Economic Change. And of course has several publications in her name in the area of labor and employment, and most importantly, gender issues. Between 1999 and 2007, Gayatri worked for the International Labour Organization, and then she went on to co-found LabourNet in 2006 with a vision to enable livelihoods and enhance quality of life through education, employability, and entrepreneurship. LabourNet has impacted about 1 million lives, empowering youth, men and women to learn, earn a decent living, and become profitable micro-entrepreneurs. Welcome, Dr. Vasudevan. We also are honored to have Mr. Jagdish Acharya, who's the Chief Executive Officer of Paints and Coating Sector Skill Council. Mr. Acharya has 40 years of corporate experience in the paint industry, of which 25 years was spent in international markets of South Pacific, Australia, China, and East Asia. He's advised Asian Paints and Cromptons on CSR initiatives. Some of the important positions held and accomplishments of Mr. Acharya is he's been the Chief Executive of Jade Head Managers and Associates. He's been an advisor to Asian Paints. He's the CEO of PPG Asian Paints and was also a member of their global leadership team. He's been the president and member of the Management Council of Asian Paints Limited. He's the regional vice president and member of the Management Council at a different time, of course. And he's been the CEO of Asian Paints Queensland Limited. So he does bring a lot of international experience to his credit. Welcome, Mr. Utpal Santra, Director of MN Consultants Private Limited. He brings a very enriching experience of 30 years in structural design of projects having worked throughout the country in various types of high-rise apartments, office commercial buildings, hospitals, industrial structures, etc. His company, which was incorporated in 1983, provides consultancy services for civil and structural engineering aspects, from initial planning to final execution. The activities of MNCPL have been challenging, varied, and diverse. And that's what brings to Mr. Utpal Sharma a very rich experience in this field. He has a long list of clients which reads like a who's who. So I can only mention people like Taj Hotels, Starwood Hotels, ITC, Shapurji, Palanji, Simplest Infrastructure, amongst others. Welcome, Mr. Santra.
Hello. Hello.
Mr. Tarun Girdhar, COO of Metal. I thought it should have said Metal Mercer. Tarun is the CEO of Mercer Metal and is working with partners globally and enabling them to leverage technology, which is the buzzword these days, to conduct assessments efficiently and reliably. Tarun has been in the assessment space for 8 to 9 years, has been working with various stakeholders to make assessments more objective, fair, and auditable. Tarun has 15 years of experience across telecom, retail, tech companies. He holds an MBA from MDI Gurgaon. Good to have you there, Tarun. I would very briefly like to set the tone of today's session. It is an acknowledged fact that in the new world order, vocational education and training will play a very pivotal role in the sustainable development. More so with the Prime Minister's call for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. It has become imperative for us to intensify our efforts towards rapid growth and development of a workforce that is empowered with continuously upgraded skills and knowledge to enhance the attainment of this goal of an Atmanirbhar Bharat. What is very important is to recognize is the fact that to attain long-term goals, we need to work on a sustainable skilling infrastructure, and that can only be achieved through continuous innovation. And hence, I presume, was the reason why this topic for discussion was selected. This implies a much stronger focus on innovation and the use of technology for growing and continually improving the program delivery. To set the tone for this discussion, I would like to just state some already known facts and give some pointers which the expert panel here can deliberate upon. Towards attainment of a 5 trillion economy, one of the most important inputs is a skilled workforce. India is fortunate to have a very, very large pool of employable workforce. The protagonist of India's growth story is its young people. They represent over a quarter of India's population aged between 15 and 29. And these are part of India's demographic dividend. How this advantage unfolds depends upon the nation's ability to realize the aspirations of its youth and harness their productive potential, and hence build the successful trajectories. Yet, the economic trajectories are not just built on aspirations and potential alone, but they are built on opportunities, which is for us as stakeholders to provide them. I just tried to pen down some thoughts on this topic, which would, as I said, set the tone. While NSTC has provided us a very large infrastructure of vocational training institutes across the country, I still feel that it is woefully inadequate to cover the entire geographic spread of our country, and more particularly, the rural landscape. Let us not forget that most of our workforce migrates from the rural areas to the urban areas. And hence, if we can provide the basic training at the root itself, it will solve a large amount of our problem. Somebody shared with me once that if you take something like a city like Dharamsala, they have a huge potential of woodworking, low-cost housing, agriculture, and so on. But there is an absence of training facilities to address these particular aspects of what the requirement locally is. The second point I wanted to bring, which I think has now been implemented, is implementing or introducing vocational training in schools. This is very important because in large number of developed economies, you will find that vocational training can be introduced in schools itself. Other than the training aspect, a very important point which comes up is respectability to the profession. Unfortunately, that is lacking in India. And if we introduce this right from the school itself, the chairman of IPS, Dr. Sumani, is here, and he would appreciate that one of the factors which impedes respectability being given to our plumbers is the lack of social skills when they go and attend complaints. If these skills are taught at school level itself, it will help improve the situation going forward. The third point which I thought was important to bring up was continuously innovating learning content based on market demands. We are living in a very dynamic world, and the world is changing very rapidly. Technology is changing very rapidly. I sit on a board of an ITI, and I was very amused to find that they still have stenography as a subject which is being taught. They also teach shorthand typing. In this world of computers, that is completely irrelevant. The point I'm trying to make is we need to change far more rapidly than what is being done today. The other point which I think Dr. Gayatri will be able to address is addressing the vulnerable youth of our society and encouraging, as she's already doing, I believe, entrepreneurship amongst these people. An important point which I think Mercer Metal is already addressing is bridging the digital divide and the use of technology to strengthen learning outcomes and assessing the outcomes of the learning which has been imparted. This enables two things. One is an immediate assessment. The second is evaluation the individual to assess whether he has the potential to move to the next level of vocational training and so on, progress in his career path. I would like to just end my presentation by a fact that one has to live your dream. Our youth has to live their dream, and that can come only through vocational training. I'll give you a small example which I'd read somewhere of a young boy who was dropped out of school in the class 7 or class 8, whatever it was, because his family couldn't afford the education. And he did odd jobs here and there, learned driving, and became a driver. But he wasn't living his dream. He was working next to a dance academy where he went on to learn dancing thanks to certain social organizations, and then set up his own dance academy. And today, it is a successful touring academy which is moving not only from where he is, but is moving internationally. And the person has actually had an opportunity to live his dream. So with these few words, I'll throw the discussion open to the very eminent panelists which we have today. Dr. Gayatri, let me start with you because you addressed the most sensitive part, and what I liked was one, the training part of it, of course, but what was the more important point was addressing the marginalized sectors of the economy, that is women and their empowerment. Over to you, Dr. Gayatri.
Thank you for the very kind introduction, and I think very illuminating start of the panel. I'm going to sort of steer a little away, and I would like to make a small presentation, and I'll probably address the women and gender issues around water in a bit. But let me start, if you permit, I'll share my screen and start a presentation.
Please.
Just 1 minute. So I'm assuming the presentation is visible.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let me start. I wanted to actually address it from skills, but in the context of what plumbers do and what is the importance of water. And today the whole issue has been on the Jal Jeevan mission. So I want to bring in vocational training from the context of where plumbers use their skill sets in rural India. And that's really what I want to address. It's getting stuck. Let me just, yeah. So I'm just going to skip fast, but fundamentally one of the goals that the Prime Minister has been calling out is that we'll have piped water supply to all rural households by 2024. This has enormous implications to two sets of people: earnings at the rural level with plumbers, companies which are dealing with obviously pipes and anything associated with it, and of course people who are left in the villages who are generally women and the old. So I thought, let me just understand what does it mean in real life, how does it mean, and what is the components of reaching this if we have to do this. So in a context of a panchayat, you have gram sabhas, gram panchayats, and you have pani samitis. Of course, this is a very crowded and jam-packed slide, but I just minimize it to say that if I belong to a gram sabha, I'm interested to get water to every person in the village. If I'm a gram panchayat, I have to approve the budgets. If I'm a pani samiti, I have to see how does this budget, which has been allocated to me, reach the appropriate thing, and the installation happens and maintenance happens. So I think that's the key thing that I wanted to really convey. And as I said, highly crowded slide, but this is where I wanted to point two elements there. Hiring trained plumbers is very, very important. This is for installation, for preventive maintenance, etc., that it becomes important. Now let's just look at what is available at a panchayat level. And these, I'm not a technical person. I'm just saying it from a very commonsensical view. You have hand pumps. We've seen all of that. We've seen local ponds, streams, etc. There are bore wells. There are rainwater tanks, and you have piped water. This is what is available in a village. So I was just going from here to see how does it happen. What does it mean in terms of the interface of a plumber? And just was listing down what are the interface elements for water to actually reach a household. And these were the ones which I could easily, let's say list out. And I'm not going to read it out, but I think what is evident is all of these are important. If every household has to have water, we definitely need village ponds to be in a manner in which water is to be taken from there. The pipes which go from there are required there. So there are a whole lot of things which are there. And as I said, I'm not going to read it, but I definitely feel these are important. The second thing that is there is who is going to look after it. So if water has to be distributed to a household, it can't just lie in different surfaces. So obviously you have a system which is required and a person. So evidently the plumber is important, the contractor or a plumber in a village, and it's going to be the different pipe systems that are going to be there. Even if it doesn't come to the toilet or a kitchen, even if it is at the, at the periphery of a house, at the wall, which is where the government stops its piped water supply. So I thought it's important to call that out. Storage tanks need to be cleaned. Their storage tanks have to be constantly maintained. We often forget that, but I think it's important. Pump houses are important because electricity and water are some things which are interconnected a lot. So I was trying to put down who is important if Jal Jeevan Mission has to succeed. Evidently, contractors. They can be civil and plumbing. Workers are important. Plumbers and electricians are important. Then what is it that we need to do from a skilling ecosystem in order to ensure this talent pool is able to be accessible at a village level, and will they make money if it is accessible? These are two questions we have to answer if vocational training has to succeed, and particularly schemes of the government such as RPL need to succeed. Recognition of prior learning as well as bridge training have to succeed. Obviously, it is talent pool creation. So you need to create a set of people who can actually do the different activities I linked out. Then is the ability to assess them so that you know that they are the competent people if a household calls them or the Gram Panchayat calls them, they work. Second is who pays plumbers and electricians. The first part of it, installation can happen by the government. But after that, somebody has to maintain it at a local level, and therefore is there money to be made for an entrepreneur. I think that's where I was going from. And in my opinion, there is money to be made for an entrepreneur. So if every village has about a small team of 2 to 4 people, India has 2.5 lakh villages, which actually are not economically sustainable. That means if I only service that village, I will not make enough money. So I was taking from there, and I'll come back to the revenue streams and saying, what can a plumber do? These are the list of activities that a plumber can do. But just listed it out in, again, very generically saying, this is a broad level activities that a plumber can do. This is what an electrician can do, and I'll come back to why it is important for both to coexist in a village. And I was trying to put what is the kind of service fee that he or she could charge in different areas that is available. Again, very rough estimation from a slightly more developed state, because I did a sample in Haryana and Karnataka as 2 states I just took. So I have not taken, for example, Odisha or Madhya Pradesh. So there could be variances, but just put it on a very rough estimate. So this is how much the person could charge. And if now we come to the earnings of the person, you find that it is substantial. They could make anywhere between 26,000 gross revenue if they were just a small team of people, to if they were a team of about 6 people, 1,32 rupees a month. So that means between they could easily take home 15,000 to 20,000 rupees a month if everybody played ball. That means Gram Panchayats, Gram Sabhas, as well as the individuals, and there is paying capacity there. I'll just stop sharing my screen. Let me stop sharing my screen, but just 1 second. I just have to figure out how to get out of this. But let me, the point I was trying to make is vocational training, often we think of it outside everyday use. And that is why these trades are not aspirational. So we never think of trades in terms of what is the money the person can make and what is the skill set he or she requires to get there. The reason for a slightly jarring and a very crowded slide proposition was that we don't understand the economic relevance of a skilling. If we're able to communicate it, and the reason I come back to that is when we say sustainability is linked to what? Sustainability is linked to the fact that somebody finds value in my work. So for training providers, for everybody in this ecosystem who is at the supply side, not the plumber is not the supply side, the plumber is the demand side. So assuming the plumber is the demand and we are all supply, unless we create this ecosystem, I feel it's very difficult for it to get to sustainability. So if we are able to communicate this, and if we are all able to play together, I think there is a value proposition that we can bring to 2.5 lakh villages. And if we say that 2.5 lakh villages, and for every 4 villages or 5 villages, we have a team of 2 to 4 people who are employed in their village at a 10 to 15,000 rupee earning entrepreneurship capability, we would have generated a significant amount of the GDP. So I go back to your 5 trillion, Baljit. If 5 trillion has to be accomplished, and I think I can sort of borrow Tarun's brain a little bit here and say, you could do the calculation for me and tell me how many people will really make 10,000 rupees. What is it, the contribution? 10,000 per month. If we take for even a 3-year period, what would it amount for this country if Jal Jeevan Mission is accomplished and skill training is integrated there? So that's really I wanted to share. I'm sorry I haven't brought in gender so much there, but if I get opportunity later in the panel, I will bring it in. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Just one observation in your excellent presentation is the fact that in a village level, how many people will use the services of a plumber unless the government subsidizes part of it? And the second part is that, do you think it's a good idea, like in some developed economies, dual skilling would be worth it? That means let the person be skilled as a plumber and an electrician to do 2 jobs. So
the second question, let me take first. I think the civil plumber and electrician can be, in a sense, combined for basic maintenance roles. So I think that's a given. The second very important one, in my opinion, is that people will pay if they find use for the service. Now, the water, if water has to reach, like for example, today, India is supposed to be 100% electrified in many parts of the country. But oftentimes, electricity doesn't reach the home. So I think the ability, that's why I put in AMC. I'm sure they will pay for AMC if they feel there is a way in which water will reach them. The key is the plumber should not be left in absentia without an ecosystem. If he or she is able to ensure that the water reaches it, I think people will pay. People pay for remittances. Migrant workers come to cities all the time and they pay very good money to financial companies for remittances. So I think people pay. And today with the kind of charges that I had put, I think it is important. What I don't know is, do we need subsidy? I think subsidy for sure is important to create this ecosystem. Post that, I think slowly it needs to become self-sustainable. That in PPP, we often don't understand the public partnership for the soft skilling. When I'm saying soft skilling, it is also plumber upskilling, reskilling, etc. So I think that's where I would call it out. But it obviously requires a lot more detailing. These were just thoughts I thought I would share with this esteemed group and panel.
Oh, I completely agree with you that subsidy should be the last option on any government's agenda. I think it will be appropriate to move to Mr. Acharya, who can share with us his insight as to taking it further of what Gayatri mentioned. How can this be really achieved from a sector skill council perspective?
Thank you, Mr. Sopri, and Dr. Gayatri, thank you for your remarks there. It's very thought-provoking. And Mr. Sopri, you also mentioned some very good points, and some of the points I'm going to raise here are connected to both of the points that both of you have raised, You know, as you know, I had the opportunity in my life to be in different parts of the world. And in the area of skilling, what I found most interesting was my experience in Australia, where I was the head of the Asian Paints Australian company. We had a manufacturing company. And it is then I realized, you know, how much a painter is valued, or any vocational is an electrician or a plumber there was a kind of a respect in the society. If you say, look, I'm a plumber, you're still, because he's got all the wherewithals of any normal citizen. He comes in a car, he's got a good house. So there is respectability. And more than that, even the work that he does is impeccable. I remember painters coming to our house, and you wouldn't even feel that there is, something that has happened the night before or the day before. He would go spick and span, the place would be wonderful. And so when I took over this thing, as I've been in paint all my life, when I took over as the sector skill council head, I had a deep feeling that we must change these aspects, So I said things are different in India. So let us see. The figuring out I realized was what differences matter. And so I came out with a few points, Mr. Sopti. One difference I found is that there is a predominance of informal sector here versus the formal sector. In painting alone, and I'm sure it is true about plumbing or masonry, etc. In painting alone, there are 16 lakh painters in the informal sector. Point number 2 is, as I said, respectability is not, is there, very much there, because whenever you think of a painter, you ask anyone, they will have a picture of him which may not be great. The third difference I noticed is skills, and which Dr. Gayatri alluded to. Skills are not respected, in the sense, if you are more skillful than the other person, you don't get paid more. And the fourth difference was the inadequacy of tools and resources. Now, why I mentioned this is that in the last 2 months, 3 months, I've had a lot of work done, as some of you would have also gone through, done at home, where a painter came, plumber came, an electrician came. And believe me, Mr. Sopti, one of the carpenters who came, I respected his craftsmanship so much that I felt that he was at par with any person that I have met anywhere in the world. In fact, we participated in Indian Skill Contest, World Skill Competition, and I felt that somehow he really qualifies, to go there, and that is available here. And he doesn't have a recognized degree or a certificate. He also had an apprentice working for him, a typical, Ustad Shagird kind of concept, where this apprentice was also doing an equally good job. I came across an electrician who did a fantastic job of what was to be done. But all of them had adequate tools and resources, may not be as complete as we would have found elsewhere. Nevertheless, they were equipped, because one of the reasons was that I didn't question how much they charged me. Now, this is where, I have one more point which I'll come to in terms of how the actually buck really stops with each one of us, and we'll come to that in a minute. So, to answer your question, I think if we and answer to address the topic that we have on hand, I think innovation has to be inclusive. The innovation that we are going to talk about, or that is happening, has to be inclusive. It has to address the needs of the large informal sector. It has to be based itself on a model that lends itself to sustainability. And lastly, that addresses the root cause of the issue, which is, paying for better skills more. This is linked to sustainability, because sustainability is possible when there is shared value, which again, Dr. Gayatri alluded to. If I'm able to get something, why not I share some of it to him or with the other person? I think the shared value concept has to come up. But for that, the stakeholders have to agree to participate in that shared value concept. That's why I said the buck stops with me as a consumer. As a consumer, let's take paints. When it comes to painting, I try to negotiate. And I say, no, thoda kam, somebody else is bring it for me, so you do it. So there is compromise at every level. And we also have come to live with 19-20 chal jayega kind of thing. If we insist that 19-20, 21-20, I want exactly like this, If we insist, the person who is skilled enough will do it, but he will have to get more. He'll have to you have to pay him a little more. There are, of course, areas where upskilling, reskilling is required in the soft skill areas. I'm not saying no. Even there, I think there is a social divide which we need to understand. So, as a skill council, what are the things that we want to do? One of the things is we realize that it has to be collaborative effort. I really find the role of third-party aggregators very important, because mobilization is important, and we need people like Dr. Gayatri's organization who actually have a connect with the people who are seeking jobs. And then what we need to do is we need to take, as you said, Mr. Sopti, take training to the people, not bring people to the training centers. Go where the site is and see some training, whether it is possible. I'll give you one simple thought that keeps coming to my mind. In every village, every panchayat, every gram you go, you'll find, or every urban area you'll go, localities you go, you'll find that casual workers come there, all of them from all professionals, they come to an area, and then the contractors come in the morning and pick them up, depending on the skills of that day, requirement of that day. I feel, we should set up training centers in those areas. When those people are free, take them on for a training and send them reskill, upskill, do what you have to do without, we have to ensure that they don't lose out on their daily jobs, because training again is at the cost of some, it's an opportunity, it's a cost of something else. So we need to understand these dynamics that happen in the market and build up reskilling and upskilling. Last point, sir, I would like to mention is we have to recognize traditional apprentices. We keep bemoaning the fact that our country is not skilled enough, 2, 3%, 4%. I don't think that is true at all, sir. We are, otherwise, India wouldn't be what it is today. We have skilled people. Maybe they are not formally recognized. And so there are apprentices who are already in the system, traditional shagids, who are working with the ustads. We must try and incentivize that concept so that it becomes acceptable in the society. Arey main inke saath painter hu is good enough for a marriage. Mujhe painter ki apprenticeship hai mere paas. It's good enough. That kind of respectability will come. Only then we can then go to the schools. Only then should we go to the schools or at the vocational level for some of the skills I'm seeing, like painting or plumbing. You first create that respect for the trade with the way we as customers treat them, and then it's easier for us to take it to the schools. Thank you, Mr. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charya. Yes, you have a very relevant point when you say that we need to first get the respect for the profession before we actually start this process at the school level. But I think we are, maybe, don't hold me to it because you're more experienced in this than what I am, we're putting the cart before the horse. We never tell a child in school that being a plumber is a very respectable job. It's as respectable as being an IT operator. So I think we first need to instill these values at that level before we can actually implement them going forward in vocational trainings on a long-term basis. And I think with the way the world is headed, which we keep proverbially calling the New World Order, the digital divide has to be narrowed. And as you rightly said, nobody wants to compromise on his wage for the day. And if we are able to incentivize them to learn at home, right, it can narrow this gap to a very, very large extent. I can give you the example of my own daughter, who is still in school, but she has been taking on online courses of Harvard, Stanford, and others in her area of interest. And those are done in their free time. So I think this is something we should encourage. The sector skill councils may like to encourage the workers in their sector to devote a little bit of time, maybe half an hour a day, and take on this extra training at home. And that's what brings me to Mr. Tarun Girdhar, who is, I think, at the forefront of this, bridging this digital divide, and also in his own way, assessing people to bring that respectability to the profession. If I was to, as you said, just give out certificates of RPL to people working in my organization and not have a good assessment backbone, I'm afraid we'll not achieve what we set out to achieve. Tarun, let's hear from you as to what are your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Mr. Sopti, for the introduction and setting up the context and sharing the value that assessment companies bring on the table. I think Gayatri ma'am has shared, some of the good work that she's doing, and the organization LaborNet that it does. We've had opportunity to work with them in a couple of projects and have seen closely the good work that happens on ground with LaborNet. So many congratulations, Gayatri ma'am. Acharya sir, you mentioned couple of points. Respect for you mentioned an example. Your experience in Australia where plumbers and painters have respect. They come in their own cars, have good houses, and they get the respect in the society. I would bit differ from the group here. I don't think as a society there is enough respect for skills. Whatever we've done past 8-9 years in the skill ecosystem, beyond a point, we've not been able to make them aspirational enough. We've not been able to, create enough respect for the skills, and that's a direction ideally we should go into. And it's rightly linked to the payouts, the money a skilled person takes home. And the larger question is, are these certificates or are our programs leading to delta increase or net positive increase in their incomes these people take home? I have a small presentation, and it's not as detailed and well researched as Gayatri ma'am's, but it's more there just for context. Is this visible?
Yes.
Perfect. I'll just move on with this. I've broken down, and my presentation is more, and my thoughts are more from the point of view of an assessment company. It's more generic, and I've kind of broken down the topic that was given, sustainability and innovation in the skill ecosystems. I've broken down sustainability and broken down innovation. And when you talk about sustainability, I mean, there are 3 key factors for any business ecosystem to be sustainable. The people, society linked to it should benefit from that ecosystem. It should be net delta positive on all economic frontiers for all the stakeholders involved. And for the environment, and in this case, since it's scale, I'm not saying the activities that we're doing are harmful or have a negative green impact on the environment, but at least I'll probably take macro environment and the country as a environment. If all these 3 converge, and whatever activities that are done in an ecosystem create net delta positive effect for all the stakeholders, all these parties, that ecosystem is sustainable. Talking specifically about the skill ecosystem, and again, that's whatever experience we've had, and I think some of it Gayatri ma'am would resonate with some of the points that I'm trying to bring about. Relevance. Sopti ji, you and Gayatri ma'am mentioned, why don't we train for people in that local geo? And Gayatri ma'am even shared, went a step ahead and even kind of share the kind of money or monthly income a plumber can make in a gram panchayat or at a village level, which was decent money, because you talk to a lot of these plumbers who come at our houses. Most of them want to be back home on decent money because the cost of living is low, then their society, their network is there. But a lot of training that happens for uh, lot of training that happens for people that move from smaller cities to larger cities, and cities can only take as many plumbers and painters. Second point in terms of relevance is industry participation. So you made an example where you at an ITI where you mentioned they still teach sonography and typing in today's world. It's not relevant, right? I mean, uh, our 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 curriculum design, our education system has a lot of catching up to do. And unless we are training for the right skills, unless we move away from the rote learning system that we have, unless we move into more project hands-on skills, uh, I think we are not generating enough skilled employable workforce. Macro factors, for example, some of the programs we scale a lot of people who don't get enough money in India, but there are a lot of countries where there's a demand for skilled workforce. India as a country is sitting on a workforce which is young, which is employable, which can be trained and sent overseas, uh, where there is better reward for the skills that they have. Why can't these programs be scaled enough? I'm aware there are certain programs, but they're more like very isolated programs, or small islands of good effective work. But why can't we scale up these programs and uh, help in movement of people, and this would also impact our country with money coming back. One of the challenges that we face in the ecosystem is continuity uh, of programs, uh, and a business overall. Uh, every time there is a change that happens at the ministry level or at some level, there is always a reset. Program stop, then restart. But people need to understand, right? I mean, business, if you're running a particular business, there has to be continuity. That's a basic, right? You cannot, keep quiet for 6 months and then restart, because a lot of people are dependent on these businesses to continue for their employment, for their family. So continuity has to be there. Whatever programs come out, whatever planning has to be done in advance. That messaging has to go well in advance to all the stakeholders that these are the changes that are expected in due course of time, and there's proper planning around it. It cannot be very haphazard. Another challenge and key parameter of sustainability is visibility, predictability. Anyone, Soptiji, Gayatri ma'am, we are in business. I understand we are in social sector, but it still is a business. There has to be visibility. There has to be predictability in terms of how do I plan my next year? How do I plan my investments in next year? How do I plan my investments in next 6 months? I mean, I, as an assessment company, don't even know what kind of revenue I'm looking at in next 6 months. If that is the case, I don't even know what kind of investments I need to make. I don't even know what kind of people I need to invest in, how many people I need to invest in. So there is very little predictability that we have. Framework and taxation, there needs to be clarity. Till date, we don't have clarity on who bears the GST load for non-PMKY programs. There's no clarity. Eventually, it boils down to an assessment body to take that hit, but again, it hits you, right? So that clarity has to be given. Profitable, I think everyone understands this. For everyone who's involved in the skill ecosystem, everyone who's working here for a cause, there has to be a net positive impact for all stakeholders, even if it's a trainee, right? I mean, a trainee invests 3 months, 6 months of her time to get trained, and so please, you mentioned there's an opportunity cost to it, but after that end of 3 months or 6 months, is he earning more than what he was previously earning? There has to be a net positive delta. There has to be a net positive delta for all the companies that are working in the ecosystem. Otherwise, they cannot reinvest back in the system. And third, whatever work that happens, at some level, there has to be an element that has to be repeatable. That brings in efficiency, that brings in scale. With whatever changes that happen, everything 3 months, 6 months, there are 50 different schemes running, 50 different programs in the 15 different SOPs. It doesn't make sense, right? We're skilling for one country. Why can't be there a one skilling framework, one skilling process for the entire country? The payouts, the processes, assessment SOPs, it's so much, it varies from one state to another state, from ministry to another ministry, one department to another department. And you cannot in that scenario bring in efficiency, scale, and contribute back. So someone needs to sit with all the stakeholders and bring in some level of commonality across all the programs. This was more on sustainability, and again, whatever experience we've had in last few years working the skill ecosystem, I think these, while are very basic parameters of sustainability, they still need to be addressed. Someone needs to look at each of these parameters objectively and solve for these problems. When you talk about innovation, again, to put it very simply in three categories, I mean, innovation could be structural or process innovation, wherein, it could be one scheme coming up, we are, let go of one scheme, you let it die, and you bring up another scheme which is more efficient in terms of bringing all the stakeholders on board. It could be product innovation, which could be, the core of training is the training program. So how do you improve your training program? What value add do you do? What kind of soft skill training do you add? What kind of industry linkages do you build? So you keep on adding a product layer to it, innovation layer to it. And third is around experience innovation. For example, how do these programs or assessments get delivered, right? It could be online, tech-based, it could be a hybrid model. So there are multiple facets, but technology, encompasses a common layer across all these three innovation. It's more of a facilitator than a change or innovation in itself. But again, the bigger question here is, and if I go back to my sustainability slide, the question there is, if the basic parameters are being questioned, how do you incentivize for innovation? It's a costly affair, right? I mean, we are working with 3,000 plus companies, and there are a lot of people at our organization who just focus on innovation. There are people working on AI, there are people working on AI, but these are costly interventions. But there has to be some return linked to it. It could be midterm, it would be long term. There could be different models adopted, right? It could be co-owned IPs which could be worked out, but there has to be a clear incentivization model for any innovation that is happening, which I think is a big missing piece. And till that time it happens, there'll still be struggle or challenges that we'll see in terms of innovation. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Sukti. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tarun. That was very, very interesting and very, very informative. Since we are running short of time, we can always have this discussion further offline. Mr. Santra, you have heard from all three major stakeholders. And as I think Gayatri put it, Mr. Acharya put it, that you are the final recipient of the product which is delivered by the training or the skill ecosystem. Can you share your thoughts as to whether adequate is being done or we need to do more?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Sabdi, and good evening to all the distinguished dignitaries. Well, I'm being a structural engineer, although I have been working at the grassroots level. I have been seeing people, the plumbers, the electricians, the designers, the project managers, even the supervisors. I don't know how much I can give you an insight into this whole story, but what I felt, is the awareness and the setting up of culture, what is needed for a good work to be done. What happens, I give you an example. It's not the poor plumber who doesn't, in fact, he doesn't know what the correct detail is. He doesn't know how to fix up the drain pipe, and which will not affect the entire thing to come out and to leakage. Now, what I'm trying to stress is it's the training needed from the top. I tell you, the training needed from the top. Now, our curriculum in the universities and the engineering colleges has drifted a lot. Now, what we learned is books and details and sketches, and we also learned it from our seniors how a pipe can be fixed, how a drainage grating can be fixed. These are details available in books at that time, and there is a very good specification also laid down. Still they are there, but I think the focus, even in civil engineering or any other branch of engineering, your focus is more towards the electronics and the digital world. But unfortunately, I would say the skill is not getting lost at the grassroots level. It is getting lost at the top level. You see, the gentleman who is supervising the plumbing work, he doesn't know how to fix up a pipe. I've seen that, and that is and plumber ko gali marta hai. Now, this is not the right thing to do. He doesn't know how to fix it up, and he is training that gali de raha hai, that plumber ko. So this is a one which I have noticed is very important, that the correct engineering detail must be there in the curriculum, which in all disciplines. There is it is not only the plumbing, it's not only the electrical, it's in the civil, it is in the carpentry, it is in mechanical, in all sorts of disciplines in engineering, that we are losing this game. And why these laborers, when they are abroad, they work so nicely. They present you. These are the same people that were working outside, and how can they give it? Because they are being supervised by people like us also, but they have been trained in a different way altogether. That is what the difference I have seen from this thing. Apart from this, how much time do I have? I think we don't have, right?
Well, don't worry. I think this is the last session. So, Gunjan, are we good with time?
Sir, I think the discussion is quite interesting, and I don't think the viewers would mind hearing.
I see. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Utpal, please take as much time you want.
We've got about 250 odd viewers through the Apna platform, through the Fiki Bike platform. So there are a few questions. We will kind of put them across as well.
Yeah. So coming back to my engineering, this is one which I noticed through in my when I go to the site visits and everywhere. Now, the other thing that again, it's the awareness that I would like to point out is there are two types of things in a sanitary and plumbing. One is the exit, and the other one is the entry into your house. Now, between these two, the exit is, as we all know, the exit is more dangerous because it is carrying the waste, and it is carrying very chemical material along with it. Now, the plumber who is doing it, he doesn't have the complete knowledge of it. So while doing that exit work, he must understand the criticality of the corrosion power of the exit water that is going out. For example, now this is where the sustaining thing will come. We are doing high rises, 50 stories, 60 stories, 35 stories, and even more than that now these days. Very common. Now, we have gone into this engineering in a very fast pace. Now, whether our services people have also come up into the same way or not, that I have a question to it. I was going. I have been to one of the site very recently in a very high-rise building that is being constructed. Now, the pipes are being fixed with nuts and bolts on the RCC walls, And the depth of the knot and the frequency of the knot is the same that is being there in a 10-story building. Now, try to understand the difference between a 50-story and a 10-story. In a 50-story, the gush of water that will come from the top, it's a huge velocity that will come, and as well as the momentum. Now this will create a vibration in these screws and nuts that they have fixed. So when you are doing a high rise, you have to know what are the things that you have to be very careful. Now, we do not expect a plumber to know all this, So, but I am sorry to say that this is a thing that is being missing from our supervisors and even the designer. You need to give a very good detail which can be implemented and successfully implemented. This is one of the things which is missing these days, and I'm very. This is my experience, and also the jointing of the pipes. As I also can to tell you that if there is a leakage, this poor man doesn't know what happens if there is a leakage. This leakage will corrode the reinforcement, and the entire safety of the structure is in question. So we must teach them. It is one of our duty to teach it. May not be that we are going to teach that directly to the plumber. It has to go through the project manager, the supervisor, and he will give instruction to these plumbers. So my understanding is that is the thing that which is being getting missed out. The is not having the adequate knowledge of doing the right job. I think that is in a nutshell what I have noticed and what I can share right now. And at the same time, all the disciplines, as I was telling you, the electrician and the plumber and the carpenter and the rod binder, they must have a complete coherence between them, so that see, the electrician, they lay the pipe between the reinforcements, and sometime later the reinforcements will come together, paste the two pipes together, and you get the end user is affected. So these kind of things, the kind of things which I think is very important, that the supervising level and the project managerial level needs to be aware of the thing, that they must have the responsibility, as well as the designer, of course, us, to get the right details. I think that's where I can.
Thank you, Mr. Santra. And I think you've reinforced the point that our higher education learning system can be faulted because there is no imparting of practical knowledge to our students at the higher education level. And all your supervisors, engineers, and project managers come from that level. Thank you very much for your insight.
Yes.
Varun, you said there were questions we can possibly take too.
Sure, that'd be wonderful, sir. So one of the questions, as Mr. Santra rightly pointed out, was how important is it to reskill and upskill the higher NSQF levels as well, where we're doing the bottom-up approach when it comes to skilling. Is it important to actually have the top-to-bottom approach as well when it comes to skilling?
Yes, absolutely. I tell you one thing that we need to create since it's a plumbing skills, I think we need to create a detailed handbook sort of a thing from your technical department. May not be a very long, because our students these days, our boys these days, they are not fond of reading too much. So it has to be very crisp and maybe 4 or 5 pages, which must be introduced into the curriculum itself. So they must know that what is the correct detail. Yeah, have I answered your question?
Thank you, Mr. Santra. So we've got a few more questions that have come up. There's chats where we're getting some questions as well. One question that's also come through, it's more of a comment than a question, but I'd like to kind of take the views of the esteemed panelist here. Bridging the gap between the demand and supply. Of course, assessments play a very important role, but it's the end result of employers being able to see and employ the candidates, whether it be the RPLs or the fresh skilling.
Mr. Acharya, would you like to take this question?
So here the essence was, if the employers are made part of the assessments itself.
First of all, to answer your question, the ASEEM portal, which is introduced by the government, and there are many other portals, ASEEM portal addresses this question straight away. All those who have participated in the scheme, with the government scheme, their employee details, all the candidate trainee details are uploaded already in the system. Employees are requested to register, and it's a fantastic portal where you are able to get what you, the kind of person you're looking at. It is just in the evolving state. So that's the first question I would like to answer. Yes, employers do get involved in, not directly in assessment, but whenever the RPLs are held, the employer representatives are requested to come and look at the entire training and the assessment process. We also develop question banks based on domain experts who come from the industry. So yes, the employers are involved with the assessment, but the apprentice program is a place where they are more directly involved. RPL and STT programs are less involved, but because domain experts come from the industry, there is a certain amount of involvement.
Can I come in, Varun, here? Varun, can I come in here?
Yeah,
sure, Tarun.
Yes, Tarun, please go ahead.
I'll differ a bit, Mr. Acharya. I don't think we've seen enough industry collaboration happening in skill ecosystem right now. I agree. There is a group that works probably in designing of NOSes, designing of the framework. But post that, is the same group even hiring from the candidates skilled from that SSC? I don't know. I'm not still sure. If you even look at some of the organized sectors, I don't think there is enough participation of industry from there. Even someone like us, the portal that you mentioned, I don't think enough people know about that portal. I don't think enough employers are registered there. I don't think enough employment opportunities are being created through that portal. And it's probably not the first time that a portal like this is there. My thought here is that these initiatives are taken but are not taken to the logical conclusion. I mean, there has to be someone who's completely owned on that portal, someone whose job, whose KRAs are dependent on that portal, becoming successful, number of people that are getting hired, and these people have to be skilled enough, paid well enough, and the person who's owning up this portal should be aware of the recruitment industry. So there are a lot of factors that has to happen. But if just launching the portal, doing a few media clips and newspaper ads, I don't think it'll create an automatic build automatic value. I mean, there has to be sustained effort to do that.
Dr. Gayatri, you were
very apt point that Gayatri ji has put on the chats as well. Gayatri ji, we'd like to hear from you.
So I saw that.
Yeah, just a couple of questions are coming to my mind, and I'm probably adding to the questions. I think the question is, who is an employer for a plumber? That's a very, very, whether it's a painter or a plumber, that becomes important. Product companies which make the pipe or the tap, or are they, if so, what is the interest there? The second is the customer the employer? For example, the new age companies which have come, like Urban Company and others, have brought, are basically defining the standards that has to be provided at home. But I think we need to remember that 90% of the population which uses probably is not in that segment. So bundling it all under one is probably difficult. We need to define employer much better. I mean, the whole idea that there is an employer and an employee relationship for roles like this is very problematic. And I would agree with Tarun that even in the formal sector, it's been problematic. So in the informal sector such as this, it's exceedingly problematic. So it is primarily, according to me, it needs to be driven by product companies. Companies which have, they have to really drive the requirement for it, because customer is ultimate king, because customer is going to pay for good or bad. So does the customer feel the satisfaction? How do you bridge the gap between the product company and the customer? Is the service. And that's the gap which I'm not sure, portal launching, I also would agree is good, but it's probably a little early.
If I can add few things with the permission of Mr. Baljit.
Certainly, sir.
I wish to carry the point forward what Dr. Gayatri has said. It is so important that we all, as SSCs, as training partners, as Mr. Utpal Santra, and also the assessment agencies, have to give it a deep thought on this. You see, we have to get the employers at the door of the plumber. I'll tell you how. We in SSC and all other SSCs are also doing, we get the industry where the plumber is. And once the industry comes to the plumber, it showcases its products. It tells him how the training can be upskilled, how it can be reskilled. Even in the exhibition where we all are sitting, we have got 100 companies which have come from all over, and every day about 10 companies are giving demonstration of their latest products to the plumbers. For example, yesterday we had about 3,500 plumbers and the students who are learning plumbing. And also today there are about approximately 4,000 plumbers as well as the students who are present. And I personally have seen about 6 to 8 presentations today in the forenoon. So this aspect has to be done, and industries have to come forward in a big way in CSR for training of these guys. Once they are trained well, what Mr. Santra is telling us about their knowing about the implications of any product installation, that will come by this way. The one more aspect which has come out during our exhibition is that school on wheels. It has also come out in our discussion today. School on wheels is one thing. You got to take the Guru Dronacharya to Arjuna and Eklavya. So if you do that, then only the firstly skilling will come up. The moment skilling has come up, he can ask for his value, what he wants. Like portals, I won't say portal, but the companies like Urban Clap, a plumber over there makes anything up to 25,000 to 30,000 per month. It is firstly giving him digitization, as come out very clearly in this discussion also today by the esteemed panelists, and also the companies like Apna Portal. These are the guys who are trying to go in for quality. And when there is a quality in the market, he can ask for his price. So all our SSCs have to work towards more of industry connect, bring industry into the plumbers where the plumbers are. Thank you very much for an excellent discussion. Please continue.
Sir, I have a small point to make here. I don't think last 8-9 years we've been able to solve for this problem. I think it gets discussed very often. And I think a lot of resolutions are made, but we've not been able to solve for this problem that industry gets involved in a way the industry should be. And the basic problem here is, sir, I don't think we are incentivizing the stakeholders correctly here. Beyond a certain set of industries or groups, I don't think there is enough incentive for the industry to hire from the skill ecosystem or skilled people. One, obviously, we've not been able to generate the value, create enough value for that certificate. And two, industry is not incentivized to hire from here. I mean, as long as there is enough supply, enough, the pipeline is big enough, they can get a supply from anywhere, right? I mean, why should they hire from skill ecosystem? Can't there be a process instead of incentivizing a student in some other way? Why can't we give a coupon to a employer saying for every skilled person that you hire, here it is 15,000, 20,000, whatever the amount is, which is 1 month or 2 months salary, that you can redeem in next 2 years, assuming the person stays with you for the next 2 years. What it will solve for is, one, right incentives for the employer. And as long as there is demand in the ecosystem for skilled people, the skilling engine would continue on its own, even without government to come in and fund for some of these programs. So I think incentivization has to happen at the right points with the right amount. It cannot be just a token amount. It cannot be a lip service. It has to be impactful for people to stand up and notice. And I can assure you, if industry gets incentivized, they would come in. I mean, that's it.
Tarun, I think that's fodder for a completely separate session as we go along, because what you have said is completely relevant, and I think, as I said, that is enough to have an independent session, which I'm sure IPSC can consider.
No worries, sir. We have this exhibition for 1 month. In one of the weeks, we will organize the session and we'll get Tarun also over there.
Excellent, sir. So, Tarun, Varun, can I conclude this session?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, thank you so much.
I think Tarun spoke a lot about sustainability of the skill ecosystem. Can I, as a parting shot from all the 4 panelists, can they suggest one innovation going forward which is going to do justice to this session? Dr. Gayatri, you first.
I think, to me, the integration of, first of all, I think there needs to be a lot of work on how skill has to be imparted. I think that's where the problem is. We are borrowing too much from education to deliver vocational education. Any kind of skilling requires a different thought process, and I think the research there is the first innovation that is needed. Second is, if I may just take a minute, is I think the integration with wage is important. Everything else will fall in place if these 2 integrations happen. Today, if I look at the way our training is done, including us, as well as anything that is done, is training is, we think theory training, practical training, but people don't pay on either. People pay on experience. So how do you really incentivize people to keep reassessing themselves and recertifying themselves in order for them to be relevant? It will be the game changer.
Thank you. Mr. Acharya, would you like to suggest?
Surely. If I can develop a tool which gives me a correlation between skills and productivity, I would be very happy to invest time and resource to do that, so that I can go to the proposed customer, internal, external, and say, this is the productivity you will gain, so you'll have to pay this much more.
Thank you. Mr. Girdhar?
Sir, I think one point that I mentioned was around incentivization. I think if we could, make sure that incentivization is happening at the right point, with the right kind of, right amount or value of incentivization, that will be a big innovation. And then 2, I'll go back to what Gayatri ma'am said. I think it's primarily linked to wages, and whatever interventions the government is making, the value per intervention has to go up.
Thank you. Mr. Santra.
Yeah, I also agree to this incentivization theory, and I will still stick to my this thing that the training should be from the top to the bottom, because I can see that the people who are really working at the grassroots level, they're poor people. They don't know what to do. What is the correct one? So I think that it's again top to bottom.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Gayatri Vasudevan, Mr. Jagdish Acharya, Mr. Tarun Girdhar, and Mr. Utpal Santra for a very, very interesting session, which I thought I'd be able to maintain the time, but It seems it was so interesting that we well overshot the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, each one of you. Thank you, each one of you. And thank you, Mr. Sopti, for chairing it. And God bless you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.